All right.
Looks like we're live.
أعوذ أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ومن يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل الله فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ربي زدنا علما آمين.
Allahumma
Assalamu
ameen.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. How are you doing, my brother Islam?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, I'm okay.
Yeah. So this is our second stream, inshallah, on the topic of deconstructing atheism. And the last stream we had a good turnout, alhamdulillah, and we started with your presentation on your journey, mashallah, and then we're gonna try and continue that presentation today, right, brother?
Yeah, we didn't finish it. Unfortunately, in my mind for the last session, we were going to go through at least until including this section because I didn't want them to be separated. Because the last
Mm,
section really was focusing on explaining what kind of atheist I was rather than any deconstruction. So I felt like I cheated the audience to some degree. But this time we'll go into that section next, inshallah.
perfect. And then just for the audiences, this is streaming on both Dots Connected to Islam and Basalat Adam Live, and on the Brother Basalat's Twitter handle as well. So we are going to for now we're just going to present uh, we're just going to have a presentation from Brother Islam, and then later on we'll allow atheists to come up and join. Just so you know, this stream is specifically for atheists, Muslims, Christians, Jews. If you have any theistic beliefs whatsoever, please stay out of this, right? In addition to that, there's a few house rules. You need to make sure that you're not coming up here blaspheming, and please maintain decorum both in the chat and when you're on the stage. If you come up, you will be asked to verify yourself. For a number of our audiences, like we've had for a number of our guests, just to warn you, we've had situations where people have tried to um, is what do you call it, stream bomb or stream snipe us, right? So we won't allow that. If you're caught stream sniping, if you're caught in the backstage being inappropriate or having an inappropriate manners, we will kick you out, right? It's a privilege to be on the stage with us. Please make sure you're using that privilege. Please do not abuse our good faith in bringing people up on the stage, right? We want to have a dialogue. We want to have a cordial conversation. We don't have to agree. We don't have. We don't expect you to change your worldview just from this one conversation or two conversations with us. We would love to provide you with a glimpse of what Islam brings us so that hopefully it will benefit you. But that doesn't mean we're forcing it upon you. It's your choice at the end of the day. We're unable to force it upon anyone, essentially. So, with all of that in mind, please, when you come up on the stage, remember that at the end of the day, you're representing yourself, you're representing your family, you're representing your culture, you're representing your beliefs, and it's important to do that humanely, kindly, gently, and in the best of manners. All right. The other thing I would say is if you're in the chat and um, if you're going against any of the rules in the chat, which the moderators are going to be monitoring, the moderators can ban you, right? That includes if you're blaspheming, if you are making some untoward comments towards other chat members as well, which might not be called for. It's okay to have a heated discussion about your point of view versus others' point of view or on the topic. But to insult and to have ad hominem attacks on brothers and sisters in the chat, whether or not they're brothers and sisters in Islam or in humanity, that doesn't work. Plus, one of the other things we want to make sure is that this chat needs to stay on topic. We won't accept people having untoward comments towards the opposite sex. Those are not acceptable. This is a Islamic channel. This is a Muslim's channel. So it reflects our views. Okay.
It's
In
a shame a lot of what
addition
needs
to
to
that,
be said, but it does need to be said.
yeah, there's unfortunately there was all of this needs to be said. So
I would
without
also
further
add
ado,
to that
I would just
it's.
advise the mods that keep in line, keep people.
So
Go ahead,
I
Hassan.
just wanted to add to that it is better to avoid heated discussions. If you bring the temperature down, then you get a much more ordered discussion, which exchanges much more beneficial flow of information in both directions.
Yeah, and the thing is, we understand sometimes things get heated, and it's normal because not everybody has the same temperament, but people can get heated because they feel personally attacked when it's actually their view that is being questioned. It's not an attack on you as an individual, but please understand that it it's hard not to take it personally. We get it, but at the same time, you're coming on a channel where you are supposed to be personally challenged on your personal beliefs. So keep that in mind if you're coming here. All right. So with that, I would say that the mods pretty much they know what they have to do, keep people in line, inshallah, right? And we'll start. I think if you're ready, I'll bring you up on here. Let's go, and then you can carry on from there, brother Islam.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. So if you missed the previous stream, then after this one, go back and watch it. That's where I introduced a bit about me and about my previous beliefs when I was a self-confessed or professing atheist. And I won't go through that material again for the sake of time, not even briefly. But it's good background to see sort of where I am now versus where I was, where I came from. But that being said, if I need to emphasize any of that, I can bring that in. So where we are now with this presentation is the second half of the first part, really. Went from my beliefs as they were to my first real proper confrontation with Islam, because although I'd spoken to Muslims before, they weren't really people who were super up on their deen and able to sort of carry out those kind of dialogues. And there was a wonderful brother called Kareem who was studying physics with me. So he was one of my peers. And in trying to sort of undermine his position, which is what I thought was the right thing to do at the time, I actually came into confrontation with Islam, and that brought me into confrontation with my own beliefs and my own foundations of them, because Kareem was able to reflect back a number of different double standards and other kind of deeper reflections that are worth going into. So I've tried to put these in sort of self-contained slides, but really it's one giant bundle and there will be some things missing. And so the first sort of mainstay really is the naturalist underpinning, or naturalist sort of foundation, which really sits in almost all, if not all, atheists' positions somewhere. And there's two sort of main elements that remain hidden to the atheists were certainly hidden to me at the time I was doing these things. And one is that it depends on a selective skepticism. So there's this sort of fundamental idea that skepticism is foundational to rational thinking, which comes from really Descartes, his famous The Cogito. And there are problems with this because you can't really learn if you apply rampant skepticism everywhere, everything. If your physics professor is trying to teach you about classical mechanics or quantum mechanics and you just refuse to take on any axiom, you just everything can be knocked down by just giving it a straightforward denial to start with, and then they can't even build the real picture they're trying to build. And this is interestingly symptomatic of a lot of people who try to come up with their own personal theories of physics. There's a lot of people online think they've solved the whole grand unified theory problem, but it's based on a lack of understanding of the whole picture, something that will come back later. And really, with naturalist view, basically natural becomes like a euphemism for everything that actually exists. And so it becomes a locked system, which is ironically not itself falsifiable, because anything that's actually shown to exist or demonstrable then comes into the fold of naturalism one way or another. Anything that doesn't naturally come into the fold, you start with the assumption of naturalism and then make something fit, or just deny the phenomenon altogether, or deem it uninteresting or irrelevant. So there really is a fundamental problem in that when a naturalist is offered some explanation or some way of understanding what's going on in the world, particularly when it gets outside of the realm of pure physics, they tend to essentially judge based on whether or not it fits naturalism, which means not to apply skepticism to their own views or to views that accord with them, but to apply a very high degree of skepticism to anything that doesn't immediately accord with what they see. The famous quote from Carl Sagan's extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But the thing is, if you're the one that gets to define what is extraordinary based on your existing worldview, then that is essentially equivalent to saying, I'm biased and I'm okay with that. So really, the claims should be backed up by the right kind of evidence that accords with the claims. And that would be a much more neutral and fair position. But having the playing field sort of on the side of a hill or a mountain is really foundational to the approach that the majority of naturalists I've spoken to take, and certainly the position that I used to hold. And it's interesting to note the articles of faith that are involved, in particularly that everything boils down to cause and effect. This is seen as so self-evident that it's rarely recognized as essentially being a foundational axiom. And it's one that is not really challenged or challengeable. And even when we get into, which we might touch upon later, quantum field theory and so on, it really significantly challenges the concepts of cause and effect that people have in their heads. But nonetheless, they still rely on that concept and somehow sort of fit things to it, or things will be okay in the end. So then the second component is on justifying moving goalposts. Now, nobody wants to be doing this or thinks they're doing this, but it's very interesting that the atheistic view that kind of inherited from the post-Enlightenment period sort of sanctions having knowledge put in certain different isolated boxes, different areas of specialties or specialisms. Knowledge is carved up into these in the first place. And each specialism essentially has a different set of goalposts, and they're not consistent with each other. And so when an atheist sort of argues from, one position or another, they often don't realize that they are actually sort of jumping between mutually incompatible views. And it doesn't matter because they hold the compatibility together inside themselves with their own sort of justification for picking up and sort of gluing together separate bits of knowledge in an ad hoc fashion without really being able to hold the whole picture in their head at once to check for sort of longer distance contradictions. And also built into the scientific view, well, certainly, and when I say science, I'm really referring to physics and chemistry as sort of an offshoot of physics, if you like, as being really foundational. That's like the hardest of the hard sciences, and everything sort of grows out from there. And I think that's quite common to most naturalist understanding of the sort of epistemic order of the sciences. So the thing is, in physics, there is this sort of provisional understanding. Every theory is basically treated as if it's right, but it's always also just expected to be wrong eventually. And this is a bizarre paradox, because you sort of argue as if something is true, knowing that you expect it to be shown to be untrue at some point. But that's okay, because you'll just flip to the different perspective as and when it's proved, and that's supposed to be, you know, a good thing. But it generates a lot of problems when it comes to being able to evaluate, should we be jumping to this next view or this different view or not? Maybe there's other views that don't seem to be consistent with my current position, so I'm rejecting them as extraordinary. But maybe that's just an artifact of my current position. And we'll get a bit later into domains of validity and how physics actually manages this question. But there's a big difference between the ideas that someone has in their head, which are generally expressible in cultural language, and the actual ideas that are the real ideas in physics, which are only expressible mathematically, and they connect with actual experiments. Yeah, that's really what I wanted to say on that.
So I have a few observations and probably some questions as well. This is really interesting, especially to see it put up in this way. So something about physics and science that you just talked about, on the idea that no theory that we believe in is true, because there's always the possibility of it being replaced by something more up to date, something more coherent, something more something which explains more of the observations than the current theory explains. So essentially, there is no truth whatsoever, except there are provisional truths.
So truth kind of becomes relative. And this is where it becomes interesting, because you ask someone, okay, are Newton's laws true? Well, I mean, there's a sense in which no, because they've been shown to be violated, and, you know, falso in uno, falso in omnibus, as they say in legal courts. As soon as you find a contradiction, it's no longer actually a true theory. It was an approximation that's actually false. But it also works to get spacecraft to the moon and all over the place, you know, and it certainly has its domain of validity in which it gives correct answers. You can't always tell ahead of time whether you're going to get correct answers. And it's worth noting, even at the time of Newton, you know, it was well known that, okay, rolling balls down a slope meets up pretty well with the observations, with the expectations from Newton's laws. But, you know, spilling water down a slope, absolutely not. You know, fluid dynamics was a whole different thing. It took ages to try and wrestle even into the framework at all. So, you know, the idea that it was universal actually had to be taken as an article of faith for something like 100 years to really make it work and really show sort of how it works and in what degree it works.
That is fascinating when you think about this idea, because when a lot of the times when you speak to atheists, especially, they come from a point of view that everything that science has proven must be true and it cannot be otherwise, right? And the discussions happen in that way, even though they accept the idea that science can itself disprove its own theories, or scientific method can disprove those theories because there will be better theories. So how exactly are we to have a conversation on the basis of
Right. Well, the thing is, the reality is there is always a grain of truth, right? But every good lie is based on some truth. And so this is what's really, really interesting is how do you differentiate between what is actually true about it, or in what way this theory connects with ontological truth of reality, and in what way it doesn't. And the thing is, to have those discussions in any really meaningful way, you have to use the maths. You can't use the popular science version. And this is sort of my point number 3 down here, you know. Non-physicists, naturalists operate on a popular science foundation. When you do your first year in physics, I did theoretical physics in particular, but the first year was shared with everyone. They tell you that you have to basically dump everything that you learned before. They start everything from scratch. They start geometry, mathematics, algebra, everything. Everything starts from the beginning again. You learn that we were taught how wings work in our A levels, and that turned out to be complete nonsense. Just literally rubbish that was put together in order to teach Bernoulli's principle, that simply is false. And there's a lot of sort of things like that as well. The idea of sort of electrons, protons, neutrons, and atoms and how they work, chuck it in the bin. It's all nonsense. You know, there's some truth to it, but the idea that people get in their heads of these sort of balls being placed around each other and being held by in some position by forces is just so weak that it's better to throw it away, and you have to start with the Schrodinger equation and understand potential worlds, and it's a whole different world. And so it's interesting, very often I find myself talking to you know, naturalists who they put their faith in physicists and they repeat the sort of the pictures that are painted, particularly in popular science books or videos and so on, and they get a feeling they've got an understanding. Now, I did a module on science communication in my degree, and you know, it made it very clear you need to get something across, but you can't get too hung up on how many mistakes are included in your analogies or how misleading they are, because ultimately, if they want to really know, they have to study the maths. They have to study the actual language it's written in, right?
They have to do the experiment, essentially.
Yeah, you don't have to do the experiment as long as you can get the data and check that the experiments are there. But it depends to what degree you're willing to trust and how you can validate. So, for example, I can't build a large hadron collider in my garden, right? But I do believe there is a large hadron collider in CERN, and I do believe certain things happen in there. Although I might not necessarily believe all of the claims that are made by people based on those experiments. But you can't really start to differentiate these things until you've looked into it. And in particular, there's this sort of the degree to which the history of physics that's taught to non-physicists and even many physicists is just a fairy tale is really staggering. It's really hard to believe. Now, people who have studied the history of physics in detail know this. It's not like an outrageous claim in any sense. You're not expected to be a historian in order to study physics. It's sort of told as a pedagogical tool, and it leaves out so many details as to be misleading and often makes false claims just to make for a more tractable story. Yeah, I mean, I've been going through for over a decade, buying books from 1750 to the present day and going back and tracing every person. Someone says someone thought or believed this and they summarize them. I went and got their book and read it. And then I can start to judge how accurate that particular historian or claim or whatever is. And it's ended up quite a collection. But you'll find a lot of people say, well, okay, the story about quaternions of Hamilton, it's actually digging deep and it's a whole different story. So you find a lot of naturalists will sort of have this super simplified, idealized story about how physics works, where they go and do observations and they take all the clues and build them up and come to an undeniable conclusion, and that becomes the new solid foundation, and then rinse and repeat. And it's nonsense. It's garbage. It's complete garbage. The way people characterize what physics is just false. And the real story is much more fascinating, interesting, and deeper. But again, you can only get halfway into it if you don't have the maths.
That's interesting. I won't hold you further. Let's move on, because I know you've got a number of slides to go through.
I do. We could stop and talk on all of them for a very long time. Right, what have I got here? Assumptions masquerading as facts. So when you're doing proper axiomatic, sort of rigid mathematics, your axioms imply the conclusions tautologically. And what that means, so a tautology is when two things are essentially equivalent. A belief in one implies the belief in the other, like they're essentially equal to each other. But there's that's sort of one sense of tautology. But if you have a bunch of predicates and then you've got a solid logical derivation of conclusion, in a sense, the conclusion is just part of a landscape that's being painted by the logical connections between the premises and the conclusions. And so if you sort of start to ask the question, okay, conservation of momentum, right? Is this a physical fact, or is this really a sort of a definition of what momentum is? You know, if the thing is conserved under certain symmetries, then, you know, it counts as momentum. So is this something which is foundational to physics because when Newton, you know, put his laws together, and everything, you know, it worked to some degree, and then everything subsequent had to be able to connect with Newton's laws because it already worked. Is it possible to have other laws that would also work? Well, yes, we know that's true. But you know, can we do without momentum? I don't think we can, but I don't think it's for the reason most people would necessarily think. So there's a sense in which it's an extremely well validated physical fact, but there's also a sense in which it's basically begging the question, because that fact can only be found and shown by assuming it in the first place. And you assume it and you find the assumption works out. And it's very interesting to note that Ibn Sina was actually the first to come up with the idea of momentum. And you can look at Newton's three laws very differently and say, well, Newton developed this idea called fluxions, which was the original differential calculus. And essentially, it's just a method of making the analysis of relative changes of things, turning that into geometry. And so really you can think of Newton's laws as just geometrizing Ibn Sina's idea of momentum. So anyway, I won't sort of labor that, but I hope that sort of makes an interesting point that will make people stop and pause. And often as well, you know, we think of things as cause and effect, but then, you know, if some billiard ball hits into another billiard ball and it goes off in a certain direction, you know, or let's take a better example. If you're sort of sitting on a chair and you've got weights in your hands and you're spinning around, if you open your hands out, your speed will slow down. Why? In order to conserve angular momentum. Well, hang on a minute, because now the cause is to do with angular momentum conservation. It's not something acting. It's in order to preserve some principle. It's in order to preserve something. It's almost teleological. It does it in order to achieve this preordained sort of system of conditions and to keep things consistent. So yeah, advanced observations expose that all observations depend upon suppositional theory. So when you're looking at really basic stuff like rolling balls down slopes, like you can't see an assumption there. Like, you know, how else could it be? Yeah, there's a ball. Yeah, I can feel it's got mass. Yeah, there's a slope, right? But when you're going to, you know, look at observations, even like in the two-slit experiment, which is quite famous, or, you know, when you're looking at energy absorption in some thermodynamic process, all you're reading on the experiment is some dial shifting or some numbers coming out, or you're looking at some sequence of dots on a graph that makes some spike somewhere or something, and they're meaningless until you have sufficient theory and mathematical background to extract some meaning from it. So sort of the further you go, really, you realize that you can't make observations without already having a pre-existing theory that you believe and that you use. And so there is no such thing really as advanced observations that are independent of our own presuppositions. And that's a really important point. Ideal forms taken as a priori in one sense or another. Yeah, so this is really to do with, it's a very interesting point. So pre sort of modernism, which is sort of 1900s plus-ish, nature is all messy, right? If you look at all the grains of sand, each grain is slightly different. None of them are exactly the same. And behind analyzing this, there was this Platonic ideal forms, whether some people believed they were kind of real, most people thought they were just like a useful abstract framework. But when you go to actually touch reality, each version of something like a grain of sand is slightly different. But then postmodernism, it sort of flipped, and people had these ideas of these ideal particles, right? And now you can't see them in a microscope directly, but now every single electron is identical. They're all ideal forms. You know, there's each electron in a given state is identical. You can swap them and can't tell the difference. You don't see, like, you know, electrons that are slightly fuzzy or that, you know, have crooked edges compared to a neighboring electron. It just doesn't work like that. The ideal forms are considered to be the real things, and everything else is built up from those. So it's actually a complete inversion, which really affects the nature of the relationship between maths and physics. That's very it's well noted, but underappreciated, and very interesting to think about when you're a naturalist. Certainly something in the scheme of things that made me really stop and pause about the interplay between my assumptions that went into analyzing experiments and what the experiment really proved, or what must be true independent of my assumptions. And sort of related to the above couple of points is that, you know, all facts are contingent on some framework in which they're expressed in. You know, if you change the framework, there'll still be something that you express as a fact, but maybe the consequences look different. Maybe things that are what's connected to what looks different. But that's something that I think I'd be interested to be sort of challenged or have a conversation on that, but it's difficult to sort of think how to really get that across to a non-specialist. But a physicist would recognize that, or theoreticians would recognize that pretty quickly. Then there's this question, which is really well raised in the measurement problem of quantum mechanics in particular, is, you know, what is objectivity and who has access to it? And this was a question that, you know, I was posed really is, you know, why is the response from Allah not objective? Now, the idea of objectivity is that you can basically swap any observer you like into the situation, and they'll see the same thing. And that's like an objective versus a subjective observation. But as we discussed before, you have to be of a certain subset of people who already hold a certain perspective in order to make or understand most of the observations, particularly in quantum theory. And there are very simple explanations for this based on recognizing that advanced, or certainly modern physics, is a descriptive framework and doesn't tell you anything about ontological reality. But if you hold on to this idea that it really tells you fundamental things about ontological reality, then you're forced to consider the conscious observer to somehow be part of the system. And, you know, physicists are now looking hard at consciousness and thinking it's related to quantum mechanics in lots of weird and wonderful ways. So that was definitely something I sort of grappled with, and made me think, well, if there is a real definitive objectivity, then it's not necessarily expressible in terms of human concepts, in terms of the way, you know, because it's already a subjective thing if only the group of human beings are able to see it that way. You know, would a bat or a bee see it the same way? Or if they had brains to develop physics, would they develop a different looking physics? What about aliens? You know, would they really share the same mathematics and physics, or would they potentially have a whole different way of thinking about those things? There are people called the Piraha, who you find in South America, only about 700 or so of them living along part of the Amazon basin. And when Dan Everett, I think it was, went to study their language and talk to them, he found that they don't have left and right. My presentation has disappeared there. Yeah, they don't have left and right. They don't have, compass directions. They don't have a long distant unknown past or future. The way they conjugate their verbs is based on empirical source. So they don't conjugate based on, the same things as we Europeans do. They change their verbs based on whether they saw it or heard it, whether it's first-hand evidence and so on. But these people, if you try to teach them mathematics, if you try and teach them counting and, basic algebra, they fall about laughing and they call it wrong-headedness and they think it's stupid. And there's a lot of indications that they actually have a far more advanced way of deconstructing and thinking about the world. And when I say advanced, you got to think, well, in a sense, they're much better evolved than we are, because they really have adapted to actual natural reality. And us, with our high technology, are more dependent on something that's further and further away from the natural world. So in what sense do we have a right to say, we've got this objective mathematics? How's it objective unless you don't include them even in humanity? It's very interesting questions that started to really probe at, what issues we'll get to later. I mean, I'm conscious I've been talking for a little while. Have you got anything in mind?
I just wanted to add, basically probe you on something. I just recently saw this video where Neil deGrasse Tyson was having a conversation with another physicist, and they were talking about the idea about how people believe that electrons are some sort of a tangible existence.
Mm.
When for physicists, when they've probed into this, they've realized that electrons, in some way, they're just waves and not really tangibles. And it's interesting when you think about it, how axiomatically it's understood that electrons exist, and they exist like matter, that they're concrete, they're distinct. There's something physical, there's something there when you think about it, but all they are just waves. And now, how do you define that sort of an existence? Do you consider that physical still? Do you consider on what scale now you start putting it in? Because
this is a brilliant question. Yeah, I absolutely. And this is something I really want to get across to naturalists more, is, typically they hold around in their head some notion of a little sort of fuzzy ball or something. And they say, okay, well, I know it's not actually a fuzzy ball, but that's still the idea I'll keep in my head. That it's when a particle physicist says particle, they don't mean anything like a layman will have in their head when they think of the idea of a particle. And it's basically just a historic hangover. It's a shorthand that refers to an excited energy state in a field. And if anything, there are essentially discontinuities at certain, I don't know too much detail. There's different levels of continuity, and there's different kinds of discontinuities that sort of survive through translations in space and time, or other kind of more technical symmetry translations. And those discontinuities are sort of the particle, but really the thing they mean by the particle is this whole field. The field isn't just a bunch of energy, it's a bunch of each solution that's in the sum of all the solutions is basically one possible electron, but it's distributed and smeared out the whole of space. And so it does raise these questions. And this is one of my points down here about virtual particles. Because if you look at virtual particles, they really annihilate the view of physics that people have, even more than just particles, even the notion of how things are proved to exist. But they're so technical to understand the difference between virtual and real particles. It's difficult to get across. And this is really an example of what I sort of got in the further down bullet points. and what I mentioned before is the popular science version gives people this certain view in the world, and they sort of carry it around in their head, and they say, you know, my views are based on science, so they're solid. But actually, the things you have in the head and the things you're saying and repeating, you know, that they're not the ideas that even the physicists hold. And the only way you can actually be aligned with them is to do the maths of quantum field theory, and that is hairy stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, when you're talking about this, what comes to my mind is Luke Skywalker carrying Yoda on that planet, and Yoda telling him, "You have to unlearn what you have learned." Those famous line from Empire Strikes Back, if you remember that.
I'll have to trust you. I'm the kind of geek that just doesn't watch videos or do like
Okay.
I just read books on physics and maths and do stuff to do with coding and
That's
hacking,
fine,
and
but
that's about it.
it's just a popular culture reference which sort of fits this idea that no matter what field you start, once you get too deep into it, you really have to restart the basics from a very different point of view.
Yeah, if you want to learn it properly, yeah, which is fascinating because it means again there's this almost impassable bridge between the vast majority of people who call themselves naturalists and believe in a native perspective, who, you know, really think that what they have in their head is well founded and well validated by physics. And yet, if they speak to physicists and they say, I'm a naturalist, I want to check if my understanding is okay, the physicist is likely to be very, very kind to them and not just tear it apart. But if those people have exactly the same view, but they say, I think I've got a clear picture of how to understand quantum mechanics, I want to teach you about quantum mechanics, the physicists will flip and turn and they will shred every inch of everything they think they know about physics. And that duality is fascinating to watch. It really is. And so, you know, this goes back to what I said about science communication, and whether you're having, you know, good faith conversation, whether you're trying to get something across or whether you're trying to get a really solid understanding across.
This is interesting as well because I think we're basically giving the same message which any advanced physics class professor would be giving his student. That you have to empty your mind to understand a different worldview. Maybe
right.
if you want to increase your knowledge, essentially, empty it first.
And well, this really cuts to almost some later stuff, you know, in my confrontation with Islam, because, you know, I realized I had just willingly gone through this process of trusting these experts and emptying my mind and allowing them to refill and reshape it in these things to a certain extent, at least. Although I never fully trusted anyone. That's a long story. That's why I read 10 times more books than I needed to in my courses. But it was the same when it came to Islam. Was, you know, I had in my head this story of how people came up with ideas of gods and a whole sort of you know, story that what's the name, anthropologist might tell you, and, you know, in my head, concepts of God and whatever else were just these woolly, weak, practically intangible and poorly specified things that just by definition really non-existent. And it wasn't until I was able to say, well, hang on a minute, if I'm going to actually make a reasonable decision on whether I should accept or reject this and not have double standards regarding how I approach physics, then I have to be able to empty my prejudices and prejudgments about what Islam is or what monotheistic religions are, and then actually learn the Islamic perspective for what it is before I can actually make a valid assessment. And that is the key point, because I have yet to meet a single naturalist or read the output of a single naturalist or watch the video of a single naturalist who has made any vaguely reasonable steps towards understanding the Islamic perspective. Not even close. Yeah, we're talking about people like Sean Carroll or whatever, even people like Graham Oppy, Alex O'Connor. We're talking about, you know, all the Dillahunties and other kind of, you know, Aaron Ra and whatever. The whole lot of them, you know, they've selected certain bits that they understand from their own worldview, and it's such a bizarre and twisted cherry picking that if someone were to do that the other way around to physics, they'd be laughed out of the room. It would be obvious that they're just idiots who don't understand the first thing about physics. But for some reason, it's sanctioned, allowed, and even academically kosher to do that to Islam.
Yeah, amazing. Let's continue, because how long do you want to go on with this before we allow people to come on? Do you think?
Well, how many people do we have backstage?
Right now, I haven't put the link up. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, I mean, we can put the link up and see, you know, if we start brewing a bunch of people backstage, we can maybe flip to them and carry on. I think it's worth going through these slides in the kind of detail we are, and you know, we don't have to get through the whole presentation, but I think it would be good to. We'll see. Yeah, I'm happy for the link to go up there.
All right, I have put the link up, and people can join in. Let's give it 15 more minutes. At the hour mark, let's start considering getting people in by that time.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. No worries. So yeah, last sort of bullet points worth mentioning as well, and I sort of touched on this before, is this whimsical fabrications that a lot of sort of physics origin story is. It's a lot of it is sort of about as accurate as the history of Rome according to the Romans, you know. And particularly with the use of this word prediction, the number of things that are counted as predictions when the phenomena came first and the theory was backfilled onto it and it gets called a prediction is really, you know, hard to believe without really looking into it. And, you know, I think the three main parts of physics that people should really understand is there's the maths, which is what the actual language that actually has real meaning. There's the experiment, and there's the mapping between the experiment and mathematics. And then there's the stories. And the stories are things people carry around in their heads in order to make it a bit easier to connect the maths to experiments. And the stories are things that the popular science is based on. But they are just that, they're stories. You know, some stories have been sort of eliminated as being too far from reality. But there's many different kind of stories, and you know, that still sort of fit but are not consistent with each other, and these are called sort of interpretations when they're specifically in the domain of quantum mechanics. But even more generally, there is anything expressed in cultural language is a story, and it's loosely based on and has some correlation with the math and experiment, but it is not the same. It's a lot like an English translation, word-for-word translation of the Quran versus the actual Arabic, but it's worse than that in the case of physics. The stories map much less well than even an English translation does. Yeah, another confrontation I found was this need to dissolve my European exceptionalism, which I had always thought I had dissolved. I hated that sort of thing, and the attendant racism. But I found there was lots of it that was embedded much deeper than I realized. So, you know, the material or technological dominance doesn't necessarily imply intellectual dominance. If you look at the golden age of Islam, for example, yeah, they looked at lots of technologies and developed lots of maths, which was absolutely essential to pulling the Europeans out of their dark ages eventually. But you know, if you look at their you know, learning institutions were closely associated with healing, and they were closely associated with physical as well as mental and spiritual healing. Like their view on what wisdom was and what philosophy was, including natural philosophy, and the point of it was a whole different view from the European view. And so you can think of it as they were almost developing mental technologies in preference to developing technologies for war, for example. Whereas the Europeans primarily and almost laser focused on technologies that would help them dominate and destroy other people, because that was part of the whole sort of great race of the racists that really defined the culmination of the European sort of self-war and the onset of colonialism, or the growth of colonialism. And linguistic dominance. So, currently ironically, lingua franca is English in, academic studies. But, there's been this idea that we sort of, or at least the Europeans, if not the English, sort of have the right to define what deity and worship are to our liking. I didn't see any problem with defining what theism or deity and worship was and starting from that point. But if I do that, then I'm fundamentally blocked from having the same concept or accessing the same concept that the Semitic religions actually put forward, which meant I'm necessarily attacking a straw man, or at least assessing a straw man. And that's a really, really key point, which is really interesting. But the sort of hubris of saying, well, we bunch of philosophers can define this and then talk about it, it almost makes most of that conversation just waffle. But it was valuable in assessing the sort of whole load of different Christian groups, because they did express themselves in European languages. So the atheist philosophers really were anti-Christian or a-Christian philosophers, and they never really touched the underlying Abrahamic religions, although they thought of Christianity as being somehow the most evolved of them, and so defeating that was as good as defeating the others. So anything you want to say on that before I go on to the next bit? Are you still there? I may have lost Faisal. Assalamu alaikum. Faisal, you still there? Okay, I'm going to message him and carry on, assuming we are still streaming. 1 second. Still there. So it's interesting talking about the language. So Semitic languages do have a real fundamental advantage over Indo-European languages, and this is something I appreciated until I started engaging with Islam more deeply, and in particular the root system and the sort of the way words are developed by morphology from a root gives this kind of stability and built-in sense-checking mechanism and resistance to independent variation of the meaning of words, which just isn't available in any other kind of language system. And really it works, the way it works is a more fundamentally analytic language. With a Indo-European language, you really have to have a shared history and perspective in order to understand what the words in the dictionary mean, what other concepts they connect to sort of fairly automatically. Whereas in Arabic, that's much less the case, or with any of the Semitic languages. And it's all down to this root system, which creates this kind of web or network of meaning that is analyzable down to a mathematical sense, in a way that cultural languages based on Indo-European language structure really, really aren't. And it's also stood a test of time, particularly classical Arabic. It's interesting to note that in the development of the sciences in Europe, Latin was a crucial language.
Yep.
Okay.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you
I
now.
actually lost something happened with my audio. I had to fix it. But yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if you caught enough of the stuff before.
I did. I
okay.
actually love the point that right now the idea that English is sort of the lingua franca, right? Everyone is speaking in that. And that, unfortunately, when it comes to Islam, the Muslim intellectuals, one of the challenges that we're facing, it's not that we're catching up to the rest of the world in intellectual thoughts, especially in philosophy and religious interfaith challenges, right? We're actually just catching up to our own works in Arabic, Persian, Urdu, and some of the other languages that were being spoken in the Muslim world. And most of the current challenge that we face right now is making sure that we have those works available to us for us to relearn our own uh, essentially our own positions, so that we can come to atheists, Christians, Jews, and the others with a much cleaner and a much more comprehensive response to what you're.
I think a good example of that is Imam al-Ghazali's, work. Because he already dealt with pretty much all of the arguments that all of the later Enlightenment philosophers came up with, and the ones that are still bouncing around today, even around this sort of infinite universe and the Kalam argument, which incidentally, he wasn't a fan of the Kalam argument, and he had a much more refined version of it. Even though we only know about Kalam's argument from others, including Al-Ghazali, for some reason, Al-Ghazali's critical corrections and perspective are not included in the conversation most of the time. But that aside, you simply, if you are expressing most of the ideas that come, particularly the deeper ideas, in English, you are only approximating them. But English speakers, sort of having this linguistic dominance, tend to assume, without realizing it, that they are kind of the default standard, that the way it's understood in English is the understanding, and that once they've had a certain amount of translation and they've mapped it into English concepts, then it's as good as if they spoke the native language. And it's only really people who speak a number of languages that are substantially different from their own that can start to appreciate differences. It's interesting. I'm not very good at Russian, but I learned reading some Russian to be able to read the old Russian physics and maths books. And I ended up having to buy something like 6 or 7 different types of dictionaries. There's a different dictionary for each sort of subclass of things. And you look up the words in there, and the kind of alternative translations or the kind of the ways the concepts connect are just so different. And we often don't appreciate how the meaning of any one word is supported by the meaning of the words it naturally connects to in our language.
All right. I didn't want to distract you from anything. Let's try and make best use of the rest of the few minutes that we have while we wait for guests to come up, and let's finish up this presentation to where you want to.
I think at this rate, we're not going to finish up, but we'll see how we go with guests, and if you want to sort of switch to something else. I don't know if you can get feedback in the chat, if people find this format okay, or if they're getting bored of my voice. Let me know.
If they want you to go faster or slower, or do they want to, one of the other things we can do is ask some of the other brothers to come up. Maybe there may be other questions, because different people have different levels of understanding. And
yeah, sure. I'm more than happy for Muslims to join if they want to ask clarifying questions, but not sort of have religious discussions as such. But in the same way as we're sort of talking about things and interesting clarifying questions or observations, I'm happy to take those as well, to help people better understand atheism, because that's part of it.
We've got someone in the back chat now. Naturalist just came up.
Naturalist, excellent. Might be worth. I have a slide that goes to naturalism. Not really that well. Okay, tell you what, we can. Should we? What do you think? Should we take a break and switch to a discussion with Naturalist, or do you think we should make more progress on the presentation?
We can definitely take a break. Naturalist, you're ready to come up? Just give a wave. Yeah, he's giving the thumbs up. Let's do this. All right. And I will bring Naturalist up.
Okay.
How are you doing, Naturalist?
Hello. No,
Hi guys.
What's up? You're both small little circles, and I've got a whole a whole
That's cool.
rectangle.
I actually was hoping that you could finish your presentation. I came up actually just to tell you that. I mean, we can have a discussion if you want to afterwards, but I've been dying for like, this is the second week for you to finish the presentation.
Yeah.
There's a lot to discuss in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't mind if you wanted to take a break and talk about something. But yeah,
I suppose let's do it like this. Do you think there's enough in there or interesting points that have come up or things you want to sort of bounce off or challenge that we can do that without having to go through and finish the rest of it?
Yeah,
all right. So
if
let's
you want to go back to your slide about naturalism. All right, I think it's very this is actually very good exercise.
Which
probably
this one?
Yeah, you can go there. So probably the biggest difference between us is going to be our ontology, the ontological axioms. So what does that mean for anybody else? And I'm not really a huge or very studious philosopher, but basically ontology is what is out there, right? What is reality, okay? And then axioms are what we have as our foundation. I mean, I'm not explaining any of this new stuff to you, Islam. You can correct me if I'm wrong on any of these things. But the axioms that we hold as our bare foundational truths, right? There are presuppositions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me give you my 4. So I did generate this with ChatGPT, but it was based on my prompts on what, based on my thoughts and, how I see the world. So the first one is that there is a mind-independent reality. These 4 are very important, okay? So mind-independent reality, causal regularity, causal closure, and supervenient emergence.
Supervenient?
Yes.
What does supervenient mean?
So supervenient is that the mind it's basically physicalism, that the mind supervenes on the brain, the physical brain, brain states. Any change in brain state is going to change the mind or our reactions. So basically it's a
very interesting.
It's a hard tie.
Because for that would imply for you that the mind is separate from physicality.
No, it's tied. No. Physicalism is the mind is tied to brain
right, but
states.
Tied. But even that language of tied means the mind is something other than, like, in addition to or next to, in something that can be tied to brain state, right? Which is, I didn't expect that to be your position. I would have thought that you would say that the mind is naught but the sum of your brain states, for example.
Well, I don't see the difference between those. The brain states essentially give rise, or the mind emerges from brain states.
Okay, so mind being an abstract concept, then. So it doesn't
something like that, yes.
Right. So the mind isn't actually.
It's not independent. It's not an independent thing. The mind. So I'm not a dualist, right?
Yeah. I get you. Okay, so it's not that you hold that abstract concepts are somehow independently real. You're just using mind as an abstraction that refers to the current brain state.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I used to believe. That's on the nose.
All right, then the epistemological axioms, empirical primacy.
Interesting.
Inferential reliability. So that's about logic and stuff like that.
Okay.
Uniformity principle.
Yeah.
Methodological naturalism, obviously. And here's the gotcha. Fallibilism. Okay, so what is fallibilism? All claims, including these axioms, are provisional and open to revision with new evidence. The position that you can have knowledge without absolute certainty. Okay, and that's foundational to what I believe. You know, sometimes I come in here and I might, just hypothetically speaking, I might talk about you know, some, let's say, zero energy universe or something like that. This is just an example. And that might be interesting for me at that time. And maybe there is good evidence to support it at the time. But my knowledge and everything is basically provisional. And that's a very key thing to what separates the majority of naturalists. Okay. That's, I would say, what separates me from how I was before as a theist, because, you know, the Quran, much like the Bible, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, is going to give you certain prescriptions, right? Or, I mean, it's going to define, you know, guidelines for what you should believe, right? You shouldn't be veering too far away from the guidelines of the Quran. Right.
Although our understanding of the Quran is fallible, and so that can change. But the Quran itself is not fallible, which is an important distinction.
Yeah. My worldview is basically totally the opposite. Okay. In fallibilism. All right. I just want to fill out those two question marks quickly. Empirical primacy or reliability. Without this observation, observation cannot ground knowledge. In normal conditions, our sensory cognitive facilities tend to yield true information about the... Okay, so, and then the second one, inferential reliability.
Senses tend to yield true information.
Sensory, without this... in normal conditions, our sensory cognitive faculties tend to yield true information. Our sensory cognitive faculties tend to produce true beliefs about the external world when functioning normally. Okay, so I'm not talking about somebody that's, you know, not necessarily talking about somebody that's high on drugs or something like that, right?
No, but I mean, a normal functioning human being would fall victim to a well-known plethora of illusions. So that's the whole.
But there are other checks and balances in the other parts of the epistemology and ontology.
Right, but that doesn't.
Those are checks and balances.
Yeah, but the axiom itself is interesting because it's saying the senses tend to yield true information, but we know that's false. So one of the axioms is already false. If you think.
But hang on, you are making a broad blanket statement. We know that that's false. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think, like, in every situation it's going to be false. I mean, because then you couldn't rely on your senses.
It doesn't have to be
anything. Like, is this a pen? You know?
No, hang on a minute. No, don't misunderstand me. An axiom, okay, if there is a single any single contradiction to that axiom, then the axiom is false. It doesn't mean it has to be false in every situation. It's just to stand as an axiom, because an axiom means this is always true. This is part of my foundation. So if it's axiomatically true that the senses yield true information, I think you've got a problem.
An axiom doesn't mean this is always true. It means this is the foundation that I start with. Okay, it doesn't mean this is always true.
Interesting. So that technically it's not an axiom then.
No, it is an axiom.
Now, axioms are something that necessarily is always true. If you regard it to sometimes not be true, you can't take it as an axiom. That's the normal use of axiom.
In my worldview, this is part of the axioms. There are other checks and balances. And yes, knowing that the senses and sensory input and data can be skewed by things like psychedelics, by drugs, by different
I mean, leave aside all psychedelics and drugs. Just the way the brain is supposed to have evolved in the naturalist paradigm is for optimum survival, which is completely different from for maximal truth.
Can't say optimal survival, because there are many things in our lives that aren't for optimal survival. I mean, what exactly does optimal survival mean?
No, I mean I'm just saying that the normal sort of
we do lots of things for fun. I mean, that's not part of optimal survival. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but in some way, all those things for fun are supposed to be to optimize our survival. And there's arguments that, so for example, random social stuff we do is to do with, doesn't make any sense for survival to spend that energy, but it does because it connects us to our social groups and so on. Like the overall general view of
the net result.
Yeah, exactly. So for example, our there's always a classic example of is the tiger really there, or I'm imagining it, and that's like important for our brain to focus in on what's true. But there's a whole bunch of situations where what's useful is better than what's true in a survival context. So it's an interesting one, but I think I've got enough of an idea to sort of move ahead. Although inferential reliability again is a tricky one because of the reasons I sort of brought up before around your inferences depend on what you currently believe.
What do you mean? Inferences.
Well, your inference, if you think B follows from A, one person can believe B follows from A while another person doesn't, because the follows from is contingent on their current beliefs. Like whenever you're assessing whether something can be reliably inferred from something else, you can't do that without already having a pre-existing belief foundation, right?
I suppose so. I don't really get what you're getting at. Anyway, yeah, I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
All right, well, we'll see if we hit it. But this thing about inferential reliability, I mean, a lot of people make bad inferences. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so it's basically just logical consistency. Logical consistency, mathematical modeling, and Bayesian probabilistic reasoning integrated observations into theories. The basic rules of logic and probability preserve truth from premises to conclusions. That's what I wrote down.
Right. Yeah. So that's basically the reliability of the sort of current, or at least some slice of the mathematical toolkit.
Yeah. So I just wanted to quickly tell you, I asked, forgive me for this, because I don't actually know too much about virtual particles, but I asked ChatGPT, do virtual particles in physics conflict with the ontological or epistemological position of naturalism? And the short answer is no. Virtual particles are a bookkeeping device inside an otherwise law-governed, testable physical theory, quantum field theory. They neither add immaterial entities to ontology, nor bypass the empirical critical safeguards of naturalistic epistemology. So they pose no conflict with the naturalist worldview.
Well, yeah, certainly I can get GPT to say that, and I can also get it to say the exact concept.
I understand what it's trying to say, though, because in my ontology, if it doesn't physically exist in the ontology, okay, then it's just a bookkeeping device. Basically, it's just an abstraction, let's say.
Right, but so how does this square away with what you Googled and spoke about last week when you said it makes experimental difference? They are experimentally verifiable. How can they just be a meaningless bookkeeping device, but also have an experimental consequence? How does that work?
Well, what I mean is the effects can be, if the effects are observable and testable in a quantum field or any form of energy, then they're part of the natural world and part of my ontology. So that's
right. So are virtual particles,
that's the division.
Right. So are virtual particles part of the natural world or not?
No, I don't believe that they're physically part of the natural world. From what I understand, what virtual particles are, they're just a bookkeeping device. They're not technically physical things, although
they're a lot more than they're a lot more than just a bookkeeping device. I'll say some stuff that you can run by ChatGPT later. I mean, the crucial difference is that things that come into and go out of interactions are what's called on-shell or on-mass shell, which basically means they preserve this Lorentzian symmetry, which means that they are relativistic particles, which means they can actually exist in space and time. And can actually interact with detectors. But all of the actual interactions that are somehow internal to a Feynman diagram, almost all of them, are what's called off-shell, which means that they don't actually fit the picture of relativistic particles in the first place, right? And so you end up in this problem where you say, well, we need to have in our theory a whole bunch of things that we call photons, that we call particles, that, you know, that derive from the same fields, but they don't satisfy these other important attributes that we associate with so-called real particles. So they, in one sense, they're very real, and in another sense, they're not real at all. And what you tend to find is that people, out of convenience, flip between one position and the other. And it's very, very difficult to find an ontological position that's consistent. And
my ontological position is that if it has an effect in reality in any quantum field, then it's observable, detectable, measurable in any way. Okay, so it says here, observable phenomena such as the Lamb shift and the Kashmir effect are calculated with these diagrams.
Yeah.
So if it has any kind of interaction in the physical world, okay, in any kind of field, any kind of physical effect, then it's part of the natural world.
Right, but do you see how you've already gone now from it being not part of the natural world to part of the natural world? And if we spoke long enough, you'd have to take the opposing view again.
So all I understand that is it's some kind of abstraction for bookkeeping purposes, whatever that means. Look, I mean, I'm not a physicist, so...
Well, this is, again, if it is an abstraction for bookkeeping purposes, it couldn't really have an effect on the observables.
Maybe as a non-physicist, I might say something that might resonate with naturalists. So the idea here, naturalists, from what I'm understanding, is that these particles may not be observable in the natural world, but you cannot make sense of without a model that includes these particles. So essentially, then the question is, how real are they? It's that sort of thing, because the real world doesn't work. You cannot make sense of the real world. All of your observations break apart unless you put in these virtual particles into those computations. So that's where the question is being asked: are they real? Are they not real? How do you put them? How do you categorize them? Right?
So
is that a fair?
Yeah, that's quite a good summary. Yeah,
I understand,
and this is it's one of those things where, I mean, I know the position you're putting forward because I put forward the same position before. I used to run the same line, and this is exactly an example of what I was talking about, where somebody has a partial understanding, that's a layman's understanding, and from that layman's view, there doesn't appear to be a significant problem. But it's only from a layman point of view that it doesn't appear to be a significant problem. If you were to understand the maths and how it connects with actual experiments and observables and results, then you would be able to see why this is a significant problem. And I actually did ask GPT about this before, and I said, just to see what it comes back with. And I said, if the actual interactions are not Lorentz invariant, but only the inputs and outcomes are, then the entire notion that QFT studies relativistic particles is broken. And it replied, yes, and that's the crack in the formalism. QFT claims Lorentz invariance by construction. Lagrangians are Lorentz scalars. Path integrals and propagators are built from invariant measures, blah, blah, blah. And its main thing is QFT is not a theory of relativistic dynamics, only of relativistic outcomes. And it aligns with a critique that it's just a black box. It's essentially an engineering tool and doesn't tell us anything about the ontological status of reality. And that's the key thing is physics telling us about ontological reality, or is it a convenient system of talking about experimental inputs and outputs so that we can do engineering on nuclear stuff?
Okay. I'm just going to read two things that I have in front of me, and then I don't know. I think we're going to go around in circles.
Well, there's a reason for this, and I want to elevate.
No, I understand why you want to bring this up, because I've got a feeling that like some of these things like broke your brain, for lack of a better
not in the slightest. No, not in the slightest.
Okay.
No.
Anyway, so one thing. First of all, fallibilism. If a better non-perturbative theory replaced virtual particle bookkeeping, as many theorists hope, naturalists would switch. No dogma. Okay. Second of all, QFT vacuum is a richly structured quantum state, not physical nothing, a philosophical nothing. So I understand that quantum fields and that there isn't, in quantum field theory, an absolute nothing like, creatio ex nihilo, basically. Don't know if that helps you.
I think that
I don't have enough expertise to be talking about this, all right? And you should know that.
Right, but this is where it gets interesting and difficult, is because on the one hand, this stuff is, in a very real sense, foundational to your beliefs, right? Physics and it giving truth and all this sort of stuff is very important according to your what you laid out. But on the other hand, your only access to it is via oracles. And so the very premise that you believe things because of cause and effect and these kind of analytical assessments is in contrast to that, because your actual beliefs are based on interaction with oracles who claim they do this or claim they're bringing.
Sure.
And that's sort of where I'm eventually. The point of talking about the
I don't have a problem with that. We stand on the shoulders of giants, right? And I'm not even standing. I mean, like I'm not even a giant in any way, right? But I don't have the time to go and investigate every single thing in this world. I don't have the time to investigate physics and all of this stuff. And yes, when I bring some stuff up, it might sound like I know my stuff, but I don't necessarily. I'm bringing up something that I may have read up in the week or something like that, and I understand that.
So why?
But it still does not break my foundational ontology. Sorry.
So why don't you just say? Why don't you say I don't know to these things? Like what? Because
I say many times I don't know.
No, I mean, think about that with you came back with various different answers about virtual particle this or this does or does not have an effect on my naturalism. But obviously, if someone said they were a naturalist, but they had absolutely no care whatsoever for anything about physics or whether or not it's true or false or right or wrong, and it makes no difference to them, would you have respect for that view, or would you think that's basically contradictory?
Sorry, can you just repeat that one more time?
Imagine someone said they were a naturalist, but they had absolutely no concern or interest in physics or whether or not anything of it was true or any of it was, as far as they're regarded, it's irrelevant. I mean,
I don't have a problem with that. If they stick to some of the core tenets of what philosophical naturalism is, different. I mean, I'm in my late 40s already. And I don't expect everybody to have been interested in the same kind of things. They can still call themselves a naturalist. And they may have not investigated everything. I mean, if you guys give Shahada to a new Muslim, are you going to expect them to know everything about the Quran?
Right? No, absolutely not. But
you're still going to call them a Muslim. Okay,
right,
call them a Muslim.
But that's a really good analogy, because it really highlights that naturalism is every bit a religion. It has its own dogmas, which are part of its very definition. If it didn't have any, it wouldn't have any
axioms. But anyway, foundational beliefs, or truths.
You can say I call the Shahada an axiom, and often get taken to task for that. But yes, and that is a fairer way to look at things. To start with, either we both have dogmas or we both have axioms, whichever way you want to take it. And
unlike most atheists and naturalists, I don't have a big problem with people saying, you naturalist believe this and believe that, and taking the testimony of scientists and stuff like that. I don't actually have a big problem with that.
But that's,
if you want to say I believe in these people or I believe in naturalism, that's fine.
No, it's fine, and it's good, because this is important to sort of have a fairer comparison between positions, and this is something I had to do. But I do think it's really important to differentiate between something you believe because you feel you have good reason to believe what some group of experts say versus something that you have analyze yourself, because it speaks to your epistemological axioms that you've taken and whether or not they are being respected. right? Because if you're relying on inferential reliability, well, you know, the argument from authority is simply not remotely inferential reliability. You see, so because it's a classic fallacy. So you've potentially got a contrast there between what you're supposed to believe according to your tenets versus, you know, what the de facto reality is of how you come to believe.
But inferential reality is more about logic and mathematics and things like that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, when you go and learn something about the world, especially in the domain of physics, you're not doing that by, you know, for understandable reasons, by studying the maths and seeing how that really works and race experiments and doing your own inferential analysis and respecting the epistemical empirical primacy. You are doing something different, which is to consult perceived authorities, assess them, and grade, you know, take some between 0 and 1 level of belief in what they say.
Okay.
Because it's in order to accurately reflect your epistemology, you'd have to have something in there that permits you to do that, right? Because if I look at the notes I made on your epistemology, because if I look at the notes made on your epistemology, there's nowhere in there which says I can use an argument from authority under XYZ constraints or whatever, and argument from authority seems to be pretty strictly forbidden by the axioms as I wrote them down. So
I don't think that it's forbidden. Methodological naturalism is the scientific method, right? In that you tend to go with consensus, right? So if the general consensus of physicists is that there was a Big Bang, then so be it. I mean, I'm not going to investigate that. I don't have the time, right? And you're leaning on their on the popular kind of consensus. So
now that's fascinating, because then if you were born in, does that not then mean if you were born in Japan?
Fallibilism.
Well, hang on.
Answer to where you're going.
I don't think it's a good answer. But let me just say where I'm. Let me just say where I'm going.
Okay, go for
just
it.
to see if so. Sorry. If you were in, let's say Japan, bring up on Shintoism, or if you were in, let's just pick Islam straight up, right? If you were born into a Muslim culture, you had a Muslim understanding of all this kind of stuff. You believed that, you know, all the cause and effect that you see is because Allah is consistent in the way He manages things. Then yes, fallibilism. Imagine you added fallibilism to Islam, because actually fallibilism is included in Islam already. It's an interesting point. And then I don't believe you could, even in principle, come out of that belief system based on empirical primacy observations. You would have to already be seeking a way out or not believing that belief system in order to actually jump to a different perspective. And I think it's the same with naturalism, because if you think about it, everything that gets to count as real has to already cross the bar where it fits somewhere in this observable space, right? And everything that is claimed that doesn't fit that either has some, you know, various degrees of ad hoc kind of alternative explanation, or is simply discounted. And, you know, almost anyone could do that with their beliefs, right? Because the fallibilism applies within the overarching axiomatic basis for your epistemology. You don't have something that allows you to undermine.
But only in the epistemology. It does not do anything for you on your ontology. So what is reality? Okay, and the two things that I think would separate you from some kind of Shinto dude would be causal closure, mind-independent reality.
I actually, thinking about those things was why I shifted to Islam as a better example, actually. Because I don't know Shintoism well enough, and I don't know if it has sufficient.
Yeah, I don't know either. So
but with this Islam, I know that you already have causal closure included.
But your causal closure is not the same as mine.
Probably. probably may be worth discussing that. But I think I just wanted to wrap up. The key point I was making on this fallibilism thing is that fallibilism applies to the current working model that you have, not to the epistemic system itself.
No, it includes the axioms. By definition of fallibilism, it includes the axioms under which you are working. Typically, it's not the actual ontological. It's only the epistemological.
But you've got a big problem there because I mean, if you're going to respect inferential reliability, that's simply not possible.
Why?
Well, because
okay. I mean, why?
Because what happens is you're starting from a basis of axioms. And then if you reach something that contradicts those, you'd have to reach something that contradicts those axioms in order to have an impetus to update them. But if you reach something that contradicts those axioms, then you've made a logical error somewhere. Or at least you can always put it down to some logical error or some lack of information and so on. So you don't really have tools within the epistemology for it to change. And even more sort of simply, if you like there's always a better explanation than one that involves changing your foundations, because changing your foundations includes a massive brain update, whereas you can always make some minor update over here somewhere. So it's basically, it's this thing of it keeps someone locked in just as much as someone can appear locked into their other religion. And it's not itself falsifiable in the same way as the ontologies that it assesses can in principle be falsified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, typically, you know, as a naturalist, most of these, I would assume that the majority of naturalists would hopefully agree with me on these. They might have some small differences, but the fallibilism one, you know, some of them might not add that, and then, or if they do, they'll just say that it's not going to affect the axioms. It's only going to affect your positions that could change easily. Like, for example, the mind-body problem, or the problem of the mind, right? You could flip-flop problems of morality. Maybe you're a realist, maybe you're not a realist one week or the other, so you're changing.
But do you think that's more flexibility than a Muslim has?
Yes, much more.
But what makes
you have core moral prescripts or things that you got to do. For example, alcoholism or alcohol. Okay, you're not supposed to drink. Now, I am not exactly a moral realist. I'm basically like I can't remember what it is. Like mine is situational, right? I believe that it's fine in some situations to have alcohol. For me, I typically don't drink, but I will have like maybe one only on absolute special occasions. I think I've drank alcohol like 5 times in my life and only like sips. But for other people, I don't think that they have problems. But yes, sometimes it can lead to problems. But I wouldn't have like this hard rule on alcoholism or alcohol. Sorry.
Okay, so hard rules are a bit different because, I mean, what I was getting at with the fallibilism question was more in terms of understanding of the world than in terms of moral judgments or moral outcomes or sort of a rule set. There are certainly some hard rules, that are sort of very clear, but they're very few. And so there's a sense in which if you have certain very firm stakes, then you can actually have more freedom, because this is something that I found quite paradoxical. Before I became Muslim, I thought that I would basically be living life in a straitjacket compared to how I'd be living otherwise. But only after becoming Muslim did I feel much more free than I was before, but I couldn't even see the things that were tying me down before.
I don't know how that could possibly be. You have a lot more rigid kind of things that you shouldn't do. And that's good for some people.
There are. So
the word that I was looking for is contextual.
Yeah, no, I understood it as that. So I'm more locked down in certain physical actions, but in exchange for that, I got a lot more freedom of the mind, and in many ways, my life became a lot more free. It's just that my perception of what was possible and how I could live and things was different and changed. Now, you could say that, You know the concept of phase space. Can we use that?
The concept of
Phase space.
phase space. I don't know what that means.
It's basically basically the space of all possibilities.
Okay.
So if you talk about the space of all possibilities of physical actions, then you can say, well, a Muslim has more rules, so therefore they've got more restrictions on their physical actions, so therefore they're less free, right? That would seem to make sense. But actually accepting, like, really a human can't try all possible actions, can't even think about all possible actions. So in reality, my idea of, possible actions and what could be possible was a lot more constrained when I was atheist than when I believe in God. When I believe in God, I believe many more things are possible, and it opens up my world of things that I could try and achieve and do and so on. So that it's not necessarily true that you're more locked down. It's a trade-off. There's certain constraints, and there's a whole other sort of world opens up that is contingent on accepting those constraints. And it feels to me that in many ways I'm more free, but mentally more free is the big freedom. I'm much more mentally free than I was before. And it's interesting because I couldn't see the chains until I had taken my Shahada.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. I think what you're trying to say is that, like, accepting a theistic point of view allowed you to explore things like, for lack of a better word, the supernatural realm and the possibility of all things.
You've got to find a better word than supernatural, because you can't use the word supernatural in a legitimate way in a conversation with a naturalist.
I think that you have a problem with this word supernatural, and you try to, like, not downgrade it, but
no,
but
it's
say
so
that when I
Muslim,
think of supernatural, you don't think of as supernatural. That you think maybe that jinn can interact, or angels can interact in the physical world. The problem is that your form of causal closure is not going to be the same as mine, because my causal closure means that every event, is caused by something else that we can investigate.
No, I just mean that it's much more straightforward than that. It's that the very notion of supernatural, you can sort of define it relative to your worldview, and in doing so, it means things that are not real or don't exist or are never. It's impossible to have evidence for them, and so on, and things like this, which means we can't really talk at reasonable purposes. But moreover, the word supernatural or things like it doesn't appear in Quran or Hadith.
Well, it's not going to.
And so, no, I don't mean in the English word. I mean nothing that translates to it particularly well. So,
it's not going to appear in the Bible or any other religion's books, because they're not going to consider it like what I consider supernatural. Okay?
No, but it means that it's not going to have a definition that we can share and use that word in a meaningful way.
I mean, listen, where is God?
Can I add something here? Naturalist, I just want to add something here. So the concept in Islam is a much more comprehensive view than just the idea of the supernatural or the metaphysical, right? What we have is the idea that there is a hidden reality which we as human beings who live in this physical existence today were unable to access to, right? And the fact that that hidden reality exists, it just shows that there is much more to this universe which than what we actually observe. And
you are able to access or are not able to access.
There's a really important caveat to put in here, in that the actual word is al-ghaib, which means the hidden or the covered, right? And it doesn't in we say usually when you see them in the Quran, there's al-ghaib, the covered, and then there's it's ash-shahid, right? Is that right, Faisal? Which is the witnessed, or the the openly seen.
No, I haven't checked the exact Arabic word, but I can do that if you want me to.
Yeah, I just want clarity on what you said. Did you say that it is? Sorry, you can interact with it, or you cannot interact with it?
So there are hadith where, for example, some of the companions did physically interact with jinn, for example, and obviously the angel Gabriel physically interacted with Muhammad. So the idea they don't physically interact is just completely antithetical to the.
But
It's
how
an
did he
exception.
physically
But hang
interact?
on.
'Cause-
But a really important point to understand this, though, is this thing about being manifest and hidden. Now, Allah is able to reveal things, even if they're normally hidden, they can be unhidden. It's not a fundamental, impassable barrier. It's not a duality of two different worlds.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, anything that interacts with the physical world comes under the purview of naturalism, which we can experiment on and we can do tests on. Okay, so
careful, because those two statements don't overlap as much as you think they do. There's many things that interact with the physical world that we can't actually do experiments and tests on because they're one-off events. To do an experiment, you need to be able to do something repeatable. You can't do repeatable things on one-off events. There are some things that happen, but not often enough for us to be able to do a statistical analysis.
No, I mean, okay, so let's take, for example, the Big Bang, right? We let's say it just happened once, right? Although we can't go back like a detective, I mean, a detective cannot go back to a murder scene and replay that. I mean, he's going to do it in a way that he recreates that murder scene, but he's not there. He wasn't a witness to that, right? We're not witnesses to what happened at the Big Bang, but we can see the cosmic microwave background radiation, right? We can see the CMB, and the people that did the experiments to determine, for example, age of the universe, they can see that this, and then they create hypotheses. So maybe it turns out the Big Bang didn't happen as we perceive it. Maybe we just need to slightly adjust it. Maybe the whole thing needs to be thrown away. It doesn't really matter. But the experiment that they did, when they wrote it down, they wrote down all of their how they tested, what they tested with, and that should be repeatable. That test should at least be repeatable, right? So if there's CMB out there, they can repeat that test.
Well, you can't repeat the observation of a passing asteroid. You can't repeat the observation of a pulse of a pulsar, or the spin of a variable star, or the state.
There's going to be one-time events, of course.
This is important. This is important because there are tons of one-time events, and there is a sort of illusion that things have been tested to a degree that they actually haven't been. So CMB, for example, is something that, yes, you can go and observe it, but the idea that it stands as substantial proof for the Big Bang theory is really, really wobbly. But I know that doesn't necessarily impact your position. But for me, it's important because if a detective was saying, we know who the murderer was based on really wonky, shady connections between evidence and their theory, you wouldn't want them to get prosecuted in court from that. But if it was based on really, really solid deductions and inductions, and there was basically no other way it could have happened, more or less, then we'd be quite confident about that person getting convicted in court, right?
Yeah. Listen, of course. And if somebody else comes along, if another physicist comes along and wants to make a different, novel, testable prediction about the CMB and what it stands for, then the scientific community is going to be all ears because that's how they work. They want to falsify
it's interesting, right? Because the very fact that the world is ordered was itself a testable prediction of monotheism. Which is an interesting point that's just lost to history, right? There were a lot of testable predictions that Muhammad made as a prophet. He made specific prophecies and they came to pass. There's a falsifiability criterion built into the Quran itself that can be assessed, and has been, and people have tried to meet that challenge for a long time. There's a lot of these kind of things, but the naturalist will always, by definition, be able to come up with some alternative explanation that preserves the naturalism. And the question is, what probabilities do you give to the various explanations? Now, if you're a diehard naturalist, you're always going to uprate yours and downrate the other. And so there's almost no point in having a conversation in the first place, unless there's a criteria and way of having a conversation that doesn't depend on that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And
so
this is part of the whole sort of journey that I was talking about.
I think that the vast majority of humans should at least agree with me that there is an objective reality out there. Okay, that you're not just some mind in a vat, right? That we have that this is a pen. You can see, you can, guess that there's a pen somewhere in the world that I'm holding up. Okay. And that the reality that we both share can be tested. Okay. Now, this to me and to you is something that we should at least be able to agree on.
It's interesting
the extra stuff that we add on to that, we don't agree on.
It's interesting you should say that, because when I was in my early days of my atheism, I would agree with that with no problem. By the time I was in my third year studying physics, second year probably, I very much struggled to see how there could be such a thing as an actual objective reality. And to me, the best you could ever do would be to sum up an arbitrary number of subjective perspectives, and that there was no verifiable or falsifiable view or proof of the existence of objective reality other than what subjective entities could reach. And so it's not actually until I ended up with a solid belief in one God that I could reliably say that I believe there is an objective reality.
You're still relying on the Quran for that.
No. So there's something I just want to add here. So there's a few things that Naturalist said earlier, which just made me think. So number one, Naturalist, when you say that some physicists would come with an explanation, what do you call that? The idea that some physicists will come up with an explanation of whatever we don't know.
I don't think I
or
said
a better
whatever we
For
don't
example,
know.
cosmic microwave.
Right?
Sorry, the idea that we can observe the cosmic microwave background, and we were talking about how arriving at the idea that the Big Bang happened. Yeah. So, what do you call that idea, or what you? Because for me, that is faith. That some physicists will come up with a solution which is a better understanding in the future. Right?
I think
just saying. Yeah.
Go on.
You can answer.
I was just gonna, I think, clarify, because I think what he's essentially saying is that the belief that if we don't have an answer now, we will find one given enough time and resources. There will be one. It appears to be an article of faith, and some people hold that. Some people
we were talking about the Big Bang theory, and I used CMB as an example of what they wrote in their papers as, let's say, proof, a form of proof. I don't want to use the word proof because I know that that's got connotations. I'm just a layperson. But let's say proof of the Big Bang. Now, if it comes to pass that CMB represents something else other than our perception of the Big Bang, then somebody will create a hypothesis, and that will create novel testable predictions of what the CMB is. And then you go about it and test that. And if it turns out that the CMB represents, I don't know, some bouncing universe that just goes wobble, 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 or whatever, then so be it. Maybe because the CMB is just basically microwave background radiation from when the universe was extremely hot.
It's interesting what you said there about, well, I may or may not need to correct that view, but maybe near enough. But it's interesting what you said about testable predictions. I mean, we measured the CMB, we have extraordinarily precise data on it. So how can we make predictions when we've already got the data? Anything that's
you
made
create a hypothesis, okay,
and
of
actually,
what you expect it to represent. Yeah.
There's a deeper point here, which I hope that we can talk about, right? The very idea, what is making you have trust in the idea that we can actually improve our understanding at any given point in time? Like, even if we spend 1 million years, maybe this is the best human beings can do. Why are you not, why don't you hold that opinion? Because for me, the question is essentially the idea of what you're proposing shows that you have certain faith. maybe you don't like that word, but that shows faith, because you don't have any proof that this is essentially the case right now, especially.
Well, he's not making the claim. I would say that the faith actually comes in with the people. So, you know, such and such person made these observations and interprets them this way and did it according to the scientific method in a way that he would accept if he were able to look into it. That's an article of faith.
Yeah, and I'll add to that by saying I have faith that the scientific method is the best way that we have to determine or to ascertain what is reality. Okay, and if it happens that it needs to change, or that it's
But it's interesting
I have
you
faith
say
in the
that,
human
because
endeavor.
the thing is, this is one of the things, maybe I can go into more slides later, or we'll go into this stuff, but first of all, the idea of the scientific method, I mean, there's really many kind of variations that are loosely based around one kind of thing, but the actual history of physics and how it came together doesn't follow the scientific method. That's not how most things were discovered, assessed, validated, came to conclusions.
I'll agree to that. I don't mind that.
So it's there's this paradox where it's like, you know, on the one hand, the faith is put in the strength of the scientific method. On the other hand, the scientific method, I'll put air quotes. On the other hand, the scientific method isn't actually how most of the discoveries or big breakthroughs that we take as our foundations happened. So for me, there's a big paradox there. You know,
I don't think so. So for me, if you study the history of the scientific method, and including the Islamic Golden Age, you will see that at a diminishing return on pure philosophy. What I mean is just armchair philosophy, kind of, okay, even that's got different connotations. I mean philosophers, and then thinking about what reality is, and then maybe a couple of people doing experiments about what it is. As the armchair, I'm just using that, armchair philosophers who weren't doing scientific investigation diminished, scientists pushing the scientific method in various forms, even from the Islamic Golden Age, independent investigation. They might have philosophical positions. They might be theists. I have no problem with that. But as the idea that you could just sit on your armchair somewhere and imagine all of the Big Bang, quantum field theory, and all of these things.
No, of course you can't. But it's an interesting point, though, because
it's diminishing returns.
Well, but this is the key: is that, you know, okay, there were some ancient Greek philosophers who basically sat on wherever they were sitting and just did a bunch of philosophizing. Famously, I think was it Aristotle who, well, that's a whole different interesting thing to get into. I think one of the philosophers said that flies had 8 legs and no one bothered counting for like hundreds of years. You know, there's always apocryphal stories like that out there. Right. Let alone going to things like, you know, things go up because of fire or whatever. But the thing is, it's the combination of the philosophy and the connection to reality that has actually borne fruit. And the historical fact, whether it was necessary or just happened to be this way, is that belief in God, and not a generic one, but specifically the Islamic viewpoint on God and how he relates to the world, was foundational to the growth of all these different arms of science that got handed off to the Europeans. The Europeans didn't independently discover this stuff with the concept of God and how he connects to reality that they had. And then when you have the philosophers, the mixed philosopher mathematicians who developed the science that Europe can be proud of, if you like particularly thermodynamics and the applications of Newtonian dynamics and so on, they were natural philosophers in the truest sense. And then it wasn't until you got to this early quantum theory, and this is related to Hilbert and his whole school of thought, that philosophy got chucked out the window and said, we don't need that anymore, we've got one. and they just sort of took a philosophy and run with that basically from that point. And that was where you started to get the diminishing returns from not really properly applying philosophy and just trying to hammer out reality and get it to teach you something without the philosophy. And the only real sort of leaps that have been made since have been from people who were at least closet philosophers. I mean, Einstein, classic example of one, you know, and Dirac as well, although he was very much a mathematician. He had a very cogent philosophical view that not many people had. So it really is important, not just that you're using philosophy, but what your philosophy is. Otherwise, you do get these diminishing returns. There's a very interesting, I'll let you respond to that before I go on to a potential tangent, actually. Go on.
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yeah. So so two things. One, yes, I absolutely believe. Well, you know, some people are not really interested in philosophy. They might just be naturalists. And like I said earlier, I don't have a problem with a person calling themselves a naturalist if they don't have something like worked out their axioms. Because I didn't until 10-15 years ago. I didn't even know that this was a thing, right? But one of the things that brought me to naturalism was studying the development of the scientific method, and in particular, the thing that really struck me the most. Have you ever read about the debates that Huxley and I can't remember Wilberforce or whoever had during when they were debating the origin of species at Oxford? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm not too familiar with them, but yeah,
there's this whole amazing scene. Well, I want to say scene, but there's this whole amazing idea that there are these group of people called they stood for natural theology. And then there were the purely naturalists, okay? And the natural theology, which is like, you know, the watchmaker argument, things like that, they had basically some assumptions about the gorilla brain or the monkey brain or chimp brain or something, basically the ape brain, right? From this one anthropologist. And he, you know, through his theology, he said, well, humans are better than apes, right? And they must have these and these properties in their brain. Well, like a monkey or something died at like, I think the London Zoo, and they literally dissected this thing like live, right? And the naturalists proved without a shadow of a doubt that the apes had the same or different size of some part of the brain. You can read about it. There's a whole history.
No, I mean, the irony there was that's at a time when they believed in phrenology, and they would have been using phrenology, which is a bit of a problem.
In
but
addition to that,
the thing is that the monkey brain is different. But just something I wanted to say on that point is, again, this speaks to the, you know, you don't put all theist ideas in a bucket. It's about one philosophy versus another. Now, in Islamic philosophy, you've got one of the names.
This wasn't even a theistic argument in place. The question wasn't even a theistic question. This was more of a question.
But I appreciate where he's getting, because the theistic position was tied to, or certain assumptions made more sense given this particular theist's particular philosophy. And this is why I wanted to make this point, which is, you know, in the Islamic philosophy, there's one of the names of Allah, Al-Batin, is often translated as the evolver, right? Ibn al-Jawhiz, 900 years before Darwin, wrote a book on natural selection, which was more detailed than Darwin ever got to. It's a fantastic book, and you know, it talks about selection based on environment, speciation, all this kind of stuff, fully consistent with Islamic doctrine, inspired by the way the philosophy and the way that the Muslims thought about the world. And for the Muslims, it was just part of understanding how the world worked, in sense of, this is how Allah is doing stuff. It's some extra knowledge we're getting, and Allah is showing us the signs, revealing the hidden to us, is the way it's viewed. Now, in that environment, that came into, there was no superiority of a white man over a black man, or an Arab over a non-Arab. And that was a critical foundational belief and part of the philosophy. Now you compare that to Darwinism going into the European environment, where they believed they were different races who were engaged in a race for superiority. And Darwin's idea has gotten the idea that there was going to be an ultimate winner and the rest were going to be wiped out. And so, compare not only the ability for a philosophy to arrive at those kind of ideas much earlier and more naturally, but also the consequence on society once those ideas come in. Right? I mean, colonialism when exploded because of the connection between the philosophy and Darwin's ideas. So there's more to this than just looking at the certain practicalities of ability to apply the scientific method in a certain closed space. Both of them have the scientific method, right? This is the thing. And I think something I'm trying to get across here is that, for me, Islam doesn't exclude any phenomena. It doesn't limit me in any of my kind of analysis, except for certain things which turn out to be pretty useful limits. I won't go into too much detail on that, but so my argument is that Shahada is the best axiom, but that doesn't mean that I believe it's true, and I believe there's a sense in which it's more true than naturalism, very important sense in which it's more true than naturalism. But that doesn't mean that I'm able to find something that fits in the scope of experimentable according to the naturalist definition of experimentable that could in principle falsify naturalism. But that doesn't mean that naturalism is a better system of axioms or a better approach even in the scientific sphere.
On some of everything that we've discovered, naturalism
Before we continue, I just want to point this out, that we're at the 2-hour mark, right?
Yeah, I've got to go pray, actually.
Yeah, so that's fine. If you want to take a 5-minute break, that's fine, because I need to go for prayer after. Once you're back, I'll take 5 minutes for prayers as well. But Naturalist, can you stick around for another half hour maybe? And then if somebody else jumps on stage, we'll bring them up. All right?
No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So who should go first? Because I'm really running up against my time for my prayers.
Yeah. Go ahead. I can wait. It's just the azan just went off.
Nice one. Actually, this is an interesting example of a apparent constraint that actually serves as a very useful and beneficial structure in my life, which effectively gives me more freedom than I would have if I wasn't fitting into this structure.
Go do your prayers.
All right.
Yeah. So Naturalist, the interesting thing so far that I've found when going through it. So I'll be honest, a lot of what you've explained about yourself, right? I have to go back and do some research into what each one of them mean before I can have a meaningful conversation with you like the brother was having. But one of the questions that keeps popping into my mind is when you're looking at the way you've defined your reality, right? My question to you is, how does something which is, when we consider something which is hidden, let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that angels are real, right? And angels do interact with humans on a limited capacity, right? But they can influence the reality around us without us knowing how they're influencing that reality. How would you be able to verify that? If that is the situation, that they're able to influence it in a way which you do not fully comprehend, right? How would you be able to verify that using your naturalistic view?
Okay. So the cop-out answer to that is, I'm not the person making the claim. If you're a theist and you have proof of angels, you're making the claim, the positive claim that angels interact with this world, then I would ask you to provide novel testable predictions. Okay, pretty much anything. Write a thesis on it, or write a paper on it, or whatever. Even if it gets published in a theistic journal. Okay, if that gets eventually picked up and then expounded and the evidence is there, then it becomes part of the natural world. But we don't see that. We don't see the novel testable predictions. Now, that's the cop-out answer, okay? For me, I don't see angels interacting in the world, in my personal experience. When I see somebody having an epileptic fit or something like that, that's epilepsy, right? When they're making wrong moral decisions...
So what if it's not epileptic? What if they have had a real experience? Someone has had real experiences. It is completely subjective, and it's almost impossible to recreate subjective experiences. I'll take away almost. It's impossible to recreate subjective experiences. They've had a real experience where they know it's an angel, a jinn, or some sort of supernatural entity, which they cannot explain using any naturalistic understanding, right? What will be your reaction to an event like that?
It might surprise you that I have been attacked by a demon before.
Okay. I would love to hear more.
While I was a theist, I believed I was attacked by a demon. Okay, I was in my bath, and I was having thoughts and stuff, not evil thoughts or something like that, but I was just relaxing, calming down. The lights were dim, and I had this massive feeling of a presence, and I had an impression of a face in front of me, and my chest felt like I was being pushed down, right? Now, I attributed that to a demon attack or presence or something like that. And the second time I was rollerblading, I think I was about 18 or 19 years old. I was rollerblading outside in a car park. It was quite late at night. There was a rustling in the wind, and I felt like I heard a voice in more like an animal sound, but it's just, it's in a car park and there's like trees, rustling of the wind, things like that. Our minds play tricks on us. People embellish things.
Very much.
People embellish things and exaggerate things. And as time goes by, the reports become more fantastical. And if these reports are already fantastical, they tend to embellish things more. And as time goes by and people are more interested, anyway, that's
so I think
from a naturalistic point of view.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. So in your worldview, there's no way to analyze this and say whether it was a real experience or if there should have been a naturalistic explanation for it. Basically, essentially an experience where somebody's attributing it to a supernatural cause when it should have been attributed to a natural cause.
Yes.
And not the other way around, where it is actually a supernatural cause. Because in your worldview, that's almost impossible to do now. Do you understand? Because in your worldview, you're only looking
Sure. I can't take the reports of some kind of supernatural experience seriously. I cannot. I've tried. I came from a theistic background. I understand why humans look at people having in a church falling over because the presence of God and this wind is blowing you and people are falling over, or communal experiences. Those are very powerful. You can have this similar kind of thing at a rock concert, but when I was in evangelical churches, I felt the Holy Spirit. You feel this presence, you feel the aura, you're praising Jesus and whatever. You have almost, it feels like a supernatural presence about the people. Those are all interpreted naturalistically. They all have natural explanations for them. And every time we've investigated any kind of supernatural claims, they just fall apart.
I'm not denying those naturalists. I'm basically saying there could be real experiences which are outside naturalistic causes. How would you be able to evaluate them, essentially? Because
on a case-by-case basis, and
so do you not see essentially that in your worldview you've limited yourself to only those naturalistic explanations? Because if it doesn't fit, then it's not true. whereas it could very well have been true, and because of your worldview, you've boxed yourself into a sort of a closed-minded space where in your mind, if it's outside this box, right, you basically said it's not true and you've left it. You're not addressing it the way it should be addressed, holistically, taking into consideration both naturalistic and supernatural causes.
I understand, but I feel like the longer I've been a naturalist and looking at the events and the experiences of people and things on TV, where, you know, my mother will be watching, you know, some church service or whatever, or comes to me with, you know, whatever, and maybe it's different in Islam. I mean, I've never been to a mosque, but I can imagine. I mean, I've seen people, you know, Muslims praying communally, you know, all bowing down and things like that. I've been to Buddhist temples. I get the experiences. I understand those, but I do interpret them from a naturalistic lens. But I've never seen something that I couldn't explain naturalistically. I mean.
But that's what I'm trying to point out.
But I am very aware that people have these experiences. Okay, I'm not denying that they're not having the experiences. I'm not denying that they don't feel the supernatural presence, the power of God, or any kind of, you know, communal experiences. But unfortunately, if you're the outsider looking at these people, and yes, I've basically eliminated the possibility, in my opinion, of any kind of supernatural, then things honestly make more sense. The world makes more sense.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they might not. Right?
There's nothing that I've seen that hasn't made more sense from a naturalistic point of view.
So again, this is basically your assumption is proving your results, because you've already assumed that only explanation can be naturalistic. So now your conclusion is just that's what you've come to, because look, the way it works for me, right? The way I would approach it is I would eliminate all naturalistic causes for something. Right? If somebody
so you start with the natural causes.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think that's actually more rational, right? If somebody is getting epileptic,
I understand what you're trying to say.
Right? They have more. They're getting more. Like they're getting epileptic episodes, right, or things like that are happening. Okay. Before I jump to the conclusion, oh, this is a demon possession, right? I would basically say I need to take her to the doctor. I need to take them to and make sure that everything, this checks out, everything checks out. When the doctor tells me, no, it's not any of these, right? Put them on these medicines. None of them are working. Right? Then I'm basically going to say, okay, I've exhausted my capability of explaining this through naturalistic means. Either science has not caught up, maybe. That could be one of the reasons, definitely. But I'm not going to rule out the idea that something supernatural can also be the case. And then I'm going to explore those, right? And this is basically the point. So the way I'm approaching it, do you think this is, do you take this approach to be
to make that more concrete? Suppose it turns out that it is actually true that God exists and that there are these things called jinn that can have these, you know, cause these kind of diseases. If that were true, then there would be some diseases that could easily be cured by certain ruqya. I don't know how it works exactly, but, you know, certain interventions which are simply not available to the naturalist.
Right. And the question I'm so the question I'm asking you really is, suppose it gets cured by that. Is that to you proof that it gets cured for one and the second person and the third person? To you, is that proof enough?
If you have repeatable testable results, and yes, something is curing them repeatedly, then that's something to pay attention to, right? But I don't see that. So,
well, the thing is, in many,
I will open the possibility that that is a possibility. I just haven't seen any.
so
I don't know.
there are repeatable, testable results. When I speak to my therapist, yeah, any therapy, what a surprise. You know, there is such an extent of literature that prayer and spirituality does actually help with many mental health conditions, for example, right?
I know.
So there we go. That's a fact which is predicted by certain theological perspectives, certainly by Islam, and it meets up with the observations in reality. Now, of course, the naturalist is able to say, well, even if we don't know yet how it's working, we will be able to figure it out one day. I might die before I figure it out, but we'll be able to figure it out one day. And do you see how anything in isolation cannot knock a naturalist off, because they always have that available?
It's a cop out then, because that's basically falling back onto faith, right?
Well, the reason I was going somewhere, I was going somewhere really specific with this, because this is sort of comes back to ties into why I've gone on this sort of long, sort of apparently tangential discussions that we've had, is because each of those things in isolation can be knocked off by a naturalist explanation. But can you look at them all together and add them all together and still take the naturalist position as being more viable? Now, this is crucial to me when it comes down to what I consider to be the evidences that Muhammad ﷺ is a genuine prophet. Because when I started engaging with Kareem about his beliefs and why he believed, every single item about what happened could individually be explained by conjuring up some naturalistic explanation, much of which didn't have evidence, but I felt there was enough evidence elsewhere that I could sort of pick it up as a theory and apply it. But like if you go through sort of 100 different things all at once, then it actually added up to me having to suppose that he was almost supernaturally intelligent, foresightful, amazingly lucky, had a ton of resources that were undetectable, blah, blah, blah. And so it's really important to look at that. Like, something I did all the time as a naturalist was to take these things in isolation, sort of defeat each thing individually, using my pre-built thing where I weighted a naturalistic explanation much higher than any other. And that skewed my perspective a lot. And it wasn't until I was able to level the playing field and look at each of the things together as a whole and do what's the technical term? Mine's escaping me. It's not a technical term. In terms of argumentation, it's where you have an argument where many different points add up to make the argument. I don't know why that's escaped me. Anyway, that where each thing evaluated on its own is different from evaluating each thing together, and you can look at that in terms of Bayesian probabilities, if you like. Where the probability of this and this and this and this, as you multiply all your ands, your probability, the overall probability of all those ands together diminishes and diminishes.
So where this argument started from is just to sort of circle back and finish up on this, loop it up, sort of speaking, right? Where we started off from was the idea that if there is something supernatural, right, from a naturalistic worldview, you're forced to actually explain it with a naturalistic explanation, whereas the truth behind it is not naturalistic but supernatural. So then, for me, what I was pointing out is that actually shows that the position I hold is superior because it allows for exploration of something outside of this. And what
it's certainly got a wider domain, yeah. And yes. So what it boils down to is that wider domain analytically valuable, or is it just space to be misled and you're better off cutting that off? Now, the naturalist takes the position it's better off to cut off all those spaces and just work in the realm of things that a priori meet the naturalist.
That we can all agree on.
Right,
No,
but
so
again, this creates a closed system that again isn't itself falsifiable. What I was discussing before, but also everything as soon as it gets to the point of something that is admissible as evidence, then there exists the possibility of making a naturalist explanation, and you don't even need to have much evidence for that naturalist explanation. Just like, for example, when you spoke about that supposed mass hallucination of 100,000 people witnessing Mary or whatever, under my worldview, that could
It's
be
called the miracle of the sun. Miracle
I
of
mean,
the sun.
under my worldview, that there are a bunch of ways in which that could actually be some deceptive supernatural event that's happened, and maybe it did actually happen. Under yours, it's a mass psychosis event of some sort, or something like it, or collective illusion, or maybe third option, it didn't happen at all, and it's just the reporting. But either way, you see, I have a reason why I wouldn't have or expect certain kind of evidences there. And if we go and find no evidence, does that corroborate my view? Well, not really, because absence of evidence isn't, evidence in and of itself in most cases. But then also the naturalist hasn't required evidence in order to prove that it was a mass illusion. It's just saying it becomes plausible enough that you can discard it. And it's this pattern that becomes a problem, particularly when we're starting to talk about the evidences for why Muhammad was a genuine prophet.
Yeah. Plus, one of the other things, naturalists, you need to realize is this notion that we can all agree on, that you just pointed out to us. So yes, regardless of whether you're theist or non-theist, basically, if you're a naturalist, whatever your position is, we can all agree on what is seen, right? But for most of human history, and for the majority of humanity, even today, we do agree that there's something beyond just the natural and just just what we see. Right? We do believe in this some sort of a hidden reality. Okay, and it may have different interpretations of that hidden reality in different cultures and places, right? But that does not take away from this broad question of what we agree on being the idea that there is a hidden reality. So human beings as a whole agree on this idea. And you're actually the exception. You need to realize that. Do you understand, naturalist?
I understand. Well, I mean, let's just define hidden reality. Is that in space and time? Is it within, quantum field theory?
Well, so within space and time,
and testable?
Within space and time is an interesting, example, because most of the modern theories on physics require extra dimensions, and it's that some events from these extra dimensions, or some, I shouldn't say events, some energy, for want of a better word, I can't even use that word because of how it's defined, will intersect with space and time. But this is actually an interesting point. Let me just quickly clarify that. So you have this concept of energy, which is like the normal energy, which is symmetrical with respect to, or it's conserved under translations in time. But energy more broadly really means momentum energy, where those are conserved through translations and certain other things in space-time. And so this concept of energy, when we say that, it's a priori naturalist. It means the naturalist is in some sense sort of forced to stick in this certain bundle of energy. Physicists have found that you actually need to imagine stuff that's outside of that in order to account for phenomena. So where does that sit? Because we're talking about, there's a big difference between everything being in space and time and space and time being the investigable box and things existing well outside of it, right?
Okay, I don't want to go too way too technical on terms here. All I'm going to say is what we generally say is space and time in this observable universe. Is it outside of space and time in this observable universe, or not.
Yeah, so this is what I'm getting
Right.
at. Like, you often read about string theory and its 11-dimensional space, for example. There's 4 of those dimensions of space and time. The other dimensions are not. So does the stuff in the other dimensions count as being beyond space and time or not for you?
Okay, if string theory was correct, then yes, there would be.
It doesn't have to be
part
string
of-
theory. Just
Okay,
like anything.
let's just say that they have these extra dimensions, and string theory turns out to be the most accurate representation of reality. Then I'm pretty sure naturalists would bow the knee to string theory.
Right, but then how are you going to go back and update your notion of what is the container of reality? You see,
I don't think it's a problem. Then we will. Okay, I won't say we. I'll say me will update that. Ontology basically. But I mean, at the moment, the ontology would include anything that string theory can verify, because I mean, at the moment, they've only got a few dimensions. I don't even know what the other dimensions are that they're proposing. But there's so few testable predictions that have turned out right from string theory that I think part of it will probably land up in the grand unified theory, but I don't think that string theory.
Main problem with string theory is it hasn't produced any testable predictions. So it's but I mean it's kind of beside the point. What I was trying to get at is that there's 4 degrees of freedom called space-time, and and that's what people typically naturalists will think of as
that's
being
what I'm saying.
Of reality.
Yeah.
But we're already at a position where there are things beyond space and time, and so yeah, but also, just generally this notion of the manifest and the hidden, as understood in classical Arabic, says that there are things beyond the manifest, and as time goes on, Allah will reveal more of the hidden world. Now, so all of this stuff we're pointing at, if taken fairly, also counts as a prediction that has come to be true. But the thing is, it's almost like if something happens within what's seen as a natural world, it gets claimed as being the property of naturalism in terms of this is part of our proof. It's part of proof that we're right, and as if that somehow disproves or gives more weight to that view than to other views.
Yeah. But I mean,
by the way, brothers and naturalists, I'm just gonna pray. So about 5 minutes. And then I know we talked about half an hour more, so we're coming close to that. I do have Tyrant Lizard King in the back chat.
Okay.
If you have, if you can just turn on your camera when I come back, or right now, if you can do that, I can verify you, and then I'll bring you up when I'm back here. Right. So Tyrant, can you do that?
So I just want to say a couple of things about this. You're proposing things that haven't happened yet. You're proposing that, let's say, we find evidence of this hidden world and naturalists have to update. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean,
it's not things that haven't happened. No, right? It's not things that haven't happened yet. That's not the case. No.
Then again, okay, we've got 5 minutes. I allowed you and Faisal to talk quite long. I just want to try and
okay. No, I just wanted to say that because it sounds like you'd misunderstood the position. That was all.
Okay. I get the feeling that you want to say that this hidden world, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is kind of part of reality that I should be analyzing or looking at because it might contain evidence, or it might contain proofs. I'm looking for a word. It might contain, let's say, evidence of a common notion of the supernatural world, that it's not actually supernatural, that it's still part of this natural world. It's just that naturalists haven't seen it. Am I correct?
Well, for me, this really comes back to the virtual particles discussion. So they can be as true as virtual particles are in one sense, depending on how you view whether or not virtual particles are real. Because there can be things that are in that hidden from us realm, but that have consequences for our realities.
Because most of the people are not physicists, and I'm not a physicist. I'm going to just say this. There's a huge chasm. There's a huge leap going from virtual particles, okay, that physicists have on paper, okay, and saying that angels and jinn interact in this world, and that jinn are the cause of some suffering, and
yes,
interact with people, etc., etc. There's a huge gap.
There can be the size of the gap depends on your perspective and your existing philosophy.
Massive gap.
Right, but to you it's a massive gap. Okay, to me there's deep similarities and symmetries between those two positions. But these are
particles. These are entities that you are saying have a will and are interacting with.
Doesn't matter. Let me try and clarify. The key point is that it is possible, and I believe it is true, that there are entities which exist who we can only be aware of due to effects that they have, not necessarily directly. We have to make indirect inferences. That's the similarity.
Okay, so the problem is that when you were discussing Islam with your friend, you opened yourself up to exploring, or you opened yourself up to accepting supernatural claims, and that opened up a Pandora's box for you, because the second you do that, everything is on the table. It opens up vision, revelation, jinn, angels, demons, shaitan, anything.
It opens up the possibility. I opened up the possibility. I didn't just say, yeah, I'm just going to take that and run with it. No, I still have the same analytical mind. And for me, I apply the same standards to physics as I apply to my religious beliefs. For me, I'm applying the same epistemological standards.
I don't think that you are.
I know you. I was just about to say, I know you don't think that, but here's the rub. We would have to go to a level of technical detail that you don't want to go to and haven't studied enough to go to in order to really see how that's the case. And you'd also have to understand Islam and my philosophy regarding that to a much deeper level than we've gone into in order to even assess that. But you already feel like it's not true. That in itself is very interesting information.
What do you mean I already feel it's not true?
Well, because you just reacted incredulously. I don't believe that you've got the same standard. Well, I feel I've got the same standards, and I've got very good basis for doing.
Well, we definitely don't have the same ontology.
No, we don't have the same ontology.
This is the huge difference.
Yeah,
so it all comes down to ontology.
We have a lot of similarities in our epistemology, but some important differences. And we have very, very different ontologies. Although it could be that your ontology is essentially a subset of my ontology.
Yes, it is possible. It was very interesting. I asked ChatGPT to give me a Muslim ontology and epistemology. And pretty much the first ontological thing was something about Allah being a separate from creation.
Yeah.
And and that Muhammad was his prophet, and he received revelation, etc., etc. So you can immediately see the ontology is completely different. I mean, like from the very first one,
the foundations are completely
anything. It didn't include anything that I had in my ontology. That's like the natural, the world.
Right, but that's comparing foundations. So the foundations are completely different. But for me, again, Shahada, the best axiom, it brings in this entire framework. And within this framework, the domain of investigation of natural sciences is a small subset which naturally integrates with the rest of the system in a very cohesive, well-knitted way.
Sure.
So, yeah.
That's why it's called a worldview.
Right,
I mean, you don't have worldviews, and this is why it really pisses me off. Sorry to be swearing, but it really irks me when theists claim that atheism is a worldview. It's not a worldview. Like, it's just not. It's one part of a worldview. A worldview needs to explain many things.
It's usually
Naturalism can be a worldview. But in fact, naturalism technically by itself, I don't think is actually a worldview, because it almost speaks nothing about morality, almost speaks nothing about like physicalism. So that's why I add physicalism and humanism. Now, most humanists are naturalists, but naturalism by itself is not a complete worldview.
Yeah, it's a fascinating point, because when you talk to or listen to a lot of philosophers, it is that their naturalist portion of their worldview works pretty well, and then they have a moral view which tends to be pretty humanistic based, and getting them so that they're not getting so they're consistent with each other is very, very difficult. Whereas my worldview,
most humanists are naturalists. It's just a different emphasis.
No, I know they are, but when you dig into the reason that all of these great philosophical questions never have proper solid answers that everyone agrees on, even when if you take the set of people who are both naturalist and humanist, they don't tend to have the same worldview, and neither do they tend to think that they're in a position where they have a well-integrated, holistic system of links between the two. They're thought of basically as relatively independent worlds, and very little linkage between them. And that's kind of important, because when you do force philosophers to consider the relationship between the naturalist worldview and ethics, for example, it becomes a really messy nightmare in many cases, if not most cases. And that for me is a big difference again with Islam. It's more holistically integrated in a very neat way. But obviously many people, particularly humanists, will think that the morality in Islam is awful and that their morality is far superior. But again, this depends upon existing assumptions and worldview, and I'm testament to the fact they can shift.
I understand. One thing to note is that Islam has had 14 centuries of progress to make on morality and like the human experience or the human endeavor. Well, I just wanted to add something quickly. Are you okay with? I don't mind if you want to bring Tyrant Lizard King to the.
Apparently, Tyrant Lizard. I don't know where he went. I don't see him in the back chat anymore. He came with a question in the back chat, but I was hoping that he could stick around and have a conversation. But yeah,
what was the question? Is it a good question?
That would be good. It's a question. I'll just ask a question. Right, the fossil records disprove the creation account unless you say God did not create man right after the earth. I mean, the short answer is it does not do that. If he's making that claim, he would have to substantiate that claim. How it disproves God does that, because even Dawkins is on record saying that he would allow this myth of disproving the existence of God to persist and not correct people if they misunderstood it, right? That he would allow for that to persist just because it helps him push forth his worldview, his view forward. That's it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's a big conflation that goes on, and particularly in the American thought space, because there tends to be this assumption that the Christian creation story is basically the same in the other Abrahamic faiths, and it's all it's all the same as this 5,000-year-old Earth or near enough, and it just simply doesn't apply to Islam.
Exactly.
So it doesn't falsify, and again, it's one of these things where like I spoke about Al-Jahiz's treatise before, and the fact that the evolver is one of Allah's names. It's a whole different world, And
anybody can strawman. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Faisal. I just wanted to say something very quickly about my approach to you guys. I want to understand Islam. I mean, I want to understand exactly what you guys believe. I don't want to straw man you. So I'm always, that's why I'm asking questions. That's why I ask for clarity. That's why I listen intently, because I do want to understand your position. I don't ever want to have to, I see a lot of atheists, and it's very sad, debating and, throwing words out there, and they just, they're going to land on deaf ears because
No,
it's not what you guys believe.
Yeah, and we
So-
recognize that, and we appreciate that. I think the only thing I'd caution is that it's a long journey. It's not easy to understand an entirely different worldview, especially when for the concepts to be accurately represented, they have to be represented in Arabic, and so you have to hold in your head a bunch of translations. What the core key to all this, and this was really the key that turned was the fulcrum upon which my own mind turned, was that the concept of Allah is incredibly well defined, analytically defined. It's better defined than almost any concept you can pick in analytic philosophy. It's very, very, but what it boils down to, and I don't want to say it's just the names and attributes of Allah, because there's more to it than that, but it's basically Allah as defined in Quran and Hadith. And that does mean that essentially, if your concept that you have in your head is inconsistent with any one of the names of attributes or anything else that's claimed about them in Quran, it's not the same concept that we hold. And so it's actually incredibly difficult for a non-Muslim to avoid straw manning the Islamic position. And until you understand that concept of God, nothing else in the Islamic worldview is actually going to make sense, even if it appears to.
You'd have to get past my ontology. That's the problem.
Well, this is the thing: is if you and this was it. If you are going to be a diehard naturalist anyway, and that's the foundational position, then like I say, that and I'm not saying you're going to, but if one was going to be a diehard naturalist, then like I said before, when you start evaluating 100 points of evidence about whether or not Muhammad was a prophet, I guarantee you, if you're smart enough, you'll be able to come up with some potential naturalistic explanation for which you probably won't have evidence, but it won't matter, because as long as you can think of one, that makes it more plausible than the alternative. And
I'm not
so,
like that, bro.
I'm not saying you're like that, but it is always possible for a naturalist to do that, which is different from saying you would do that or you're like that. But it's important to sort of note that. And the thing is, for me, it was until I got a fairly clear concept of what Allah actually means, everything is under that, you see. And so I kept thinking I had a reasonably clear idea of what was being said or how things were being presented, the worldview, but it turned out it was faulty in various ways that I couldn't detect until I had a clear picture of what Allah actually refers to. So I would say, anyway, to go back to what you're saying, you don't want to straw man us. The core, the absolute key to it all, like the encryption key that's 1,000 bits long, is this concept of Allah, and making sure that the concept you have in your mind doesn't contradict the defining premises.
Yeah.
And naturalists, here's something just to keep the discussion moving, right? The last time you were here, we had a short conversation about a few matters. Like I asked you the question: are you satisfied with your with the views that you hold, right? That naturalism, humanism, all of these, do you think they provide you with a comprehensive solution to all the questions about reality that you have? Any human being, for example, right? They will have these fundamental questions.
Can I just adjust that question very slightly, not just about reality, but about human experience?
Human experience, yes. So when about for example, when you get on the stage, right, there was a purpose behind it, right? When you get on the stage, you must have there must have been a reason to make certain choices which led you to a certain point. These kind of questions that you ask about any aspect of life that you're going through, do you ask the same questions for life itself? And I think I remember you saying that there's no higher purpose, probably. Is that what you said, or was it somebody else? You believe that there is a purpose? That. Yeah. So do you
I don't believe that there's an
a
objective
satisfactory
purpose.
position?
All right, so I'll answer your question. Okay, just so I don't believe in an objective reason. what you asked last. But okay, let me answer the question quickly. So yes, for me, I'm very satisfied with my worldview. I'm very satisfied that it gives me some form of purpose and meaning, which I create for myself. I come here, I enjoy this discussion. I have my family. That's a separate thing. I enjoy gaming, I enjoy programming, etc., etc. Okay, I enjoy going out with my family on the weekends. So my life is pretty good for me. However, unlike most naturalists, I will say that there are some people and some dispositions that naturalism may not be for them. The clear example for me is my mother. I went to church for the first time in like 20 years on the weekend, and it's not for my benefit. I did it for my mother because she needs community. She needed, she is a Christian, and I went to the church basically for her, to support her. And I realized that naturalism is not necessarily for everybody. It works for me. It's what I think is the best, the closest to real reality, whatever is out there. However, yes, the spiritual, let's say, essence of people, sometimes they want to believe in the supernatural. They want to believe in God. They want to have a community, etc., etc. So yeah, I'll say it doesn't necessarily work for everybody.
Do you think there are spiritual needs of human beings? Do you believe in that idea that human beings have these needs? I know the physical needs are there, right? You want to eat, you want to clean yourself up, you want to be able to walk around and stay active. There's all these physical needs, right? But spiritual needs, do you think human beings have spiritual needs? And how do you describe those, and what's your view on those?
So, spiritual as in you guys, how you might perceive spiritual, no. But spiritual to me, there is a branch of naturalism called spiritual naturalism. And one of the very important, interesting things and beliefs or things that I came to realize about naturalism is that you can actually have spiritual experiences about life. You can still wonder at the awe and majesty of the universe and all of its wonders and this world. But you can still do it in a naturalistic way. So my spirituality is grounded. Now, for my mother, yes, I think some people do have some kind of spiritual need that they want, that it might be community, it might be the feeling of being close to God, the feeling of being morally guided or within some kind. Look, I don't want to say that my mother is self-righteous because she's not. She's a very humble person. But she has some needs that I don't think naturalism would necessarily fulfill for her.
Yeah.
And I recognize that myself, but I don't think that it's some kind of really, something supernatural from the supernatural world. I still ground it in a form of naturalism.
But there's something that this is what I want to get into, because I understand from your mother's perspective it may be different, but we just want to explore more of what you yourself are saying, right? So when you say you can have spiritual experiences, but they're grounded in natural, I do want to understand how that works, because
it sounds like just a conscious experience, which seems like an abuse of the word spiritual.
Yes. It's an abomination. No, I don't want to say abomination. It's just a different aspect of spiritual life, right? You can look. I mean, people take drugs. Some people say that's a spiritual.
Yeah.
I still see that's as a natural phenomenon.
I understand that, but there's a danger that that's a projection from naturalism to essentially to take a what people regard as a spiritual phenomena and to say, well, in my lens, that's a particular subclass of conscious experiences, and they therefore fall under my purview, that they are some subset of brain states that are currently active, right? But that would mean that it's not actually the same thing as people are referring to when they speak of spiritual experiences, or rather it's an assumption and a projection in order to make them the same thing.
Yes, it's not the same as what a theist is going to mean by spiritual experience.
Right, exactly. Yeah, which is, so
and
it's
I accept
difficult.
that.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to use words like spiritual if they
That's
have
why I
this then.
tend not to stay. I tend not to say something like that.
Redefine it.
But yeah, it's certainly true and important to note that, you know, an atheist or naturalist, you know, can still wonder at the magnificence of the cosmos and so on, you know. But I think where Faisal's question is going, or at least where I hope it's going, is or somewhere I hope it's touching, is around this notion of, in the same way as we have need for food and other things, there does appear to be substantial evidence that there is also some kind of need for these experiences that are spoken of in spiritual terms, that the spiritual kind of experiences. And it's a very interesting question as to how that would adequately resolve various different things to do with the anthropological record, the historical record, the question of evolution and how that sort of works. Because there's a very clean answer from the theist, and it becomes a very difficult or murky thing to navigate for the naturalists, typically.
Sure. You can say some part of this. I mean, some people have, you know, said that this is part of evolution, social evolution, right? People like being like-minded, feeling community, that type of thing. So I think for me, it's no more than really that. The feeling of community, the feeling of like-mindedness, that you all share the same beliefs, that you feel comfort and you feel protection amongst yourself. It tends not to be so for naturalists because we don't go to churches. We don't tend to commune that much together. There are naturalistic and atheist conventions, but I generally don't really go. I just watch things like that online. It's
not the kind of people you want to hang out with.
Yeah. So, you know, it's not the same.
But that's where I find it fascinating, because you naturally are enjoying a conversation with theists more than you probably would do with someone who's just another naturalist. And shows me that, to me, that shows a fundamental weakness in the system you've ascribed yourself to. Because
I don't see it as weakness.
Must be lacking something. Because it is probably the idea that you do not prefer naturalistic conventions, and that's not the kind of crowd you would want to be with.
Well, and so
what is
interesting
it that?
Because if I could just say something alongside that, sort of, if we're both together presenting Muslim perspective, would be, you know, I was drawn to have lots of religious discussions and debates. In fact, I was had various different not good reasons for doing that, but I also had some good reasons, which were to do with them being, in a sense, an adversary, and that's a good way to sort of get my own beliefs challenged so that I can strengthen my beliefs. And as a programmer, you might appreciate pen testing, right? And it's almost like getting your worldview pen tested, right? And so that it becomes stronger. So I think
do enjoy that.
Yeah, so that in a sense is natural, but notwithstanding that, there is still this extra question of, is it possible that there exists a fitra, as we would call it, inside of you, which isn't fully satisfied with a naturalist view and is looking to see if there is a way to connect it to something that retains what is good about your naturalism, but allows you to return to a belief in God?
I don't think that there will be, because a belief in God would go against the ontology, and that would be an entire world. I mean, I've already gone through that shift over 7 years from theism. So it's difficult for me to...
Because part of the problem, I think, in a lot of these discussions between atheists and non-theists is the very definition of atheist versus non-theist. It's actually a slide that we don't get to in the presentation, because, you know, they're just distinct philosophies, and there's no real good definition of theism if you sort of put all sort of types of deity or whatever in a bucket. But so having shifted from a belief in God, it doesn't mean that it's the same as belief in Allah. And there may appear to be some superficial similarities, but for me, it's sort of foundationally different view. Remember, I grew up in a Christian school, so
Yeah, but how could it be? I mean, I need to challenge you on that, because Allah is God, and theism is
because
God.
the Christian view. Well, so here's two takeaway points. Just so I know we're wrapping things up. In the Christian view of God, typically he created a world that is full of things that operate according to the way they were built, pretty much independently, and he can, according to the Christian tradition, jump in exceptionally and sort of change the way things are going around. That's part of the notion. Would you agree that's what most Christians think of as God? Sorry, as something as
very quickly.
So most Christians have a view of God where he sort of created things that have their own behaviors and all this sort of stuff, and that intervention by God means some kind of exception.
Yes, the suspension of natural laws. Yes.
Right. So this is a fundamental difference, as a really foundational, that comes down to this question of cause and effect and everything else, and the root of our ontologies. Because in Islam, the concept of Allah is that he literally is doing absolutely everything, down to every minutia, every movement of every quark, if they exist, right? All these sorts of things. And so there's no sense in which there can be some things he does which are different from what you would expect from the norm, but it's not that interventions are by exception. He does everything actively all of the time, which is for me a fundamental ontological difference.
Are you sure every single Muslim believes that?
Yeah,
because
that's a core part of Aqidah. If you find anyone who doesn't, it's because there's something they've not got right about their Aqidah. It's
they may
but he's still separate. I mean, he's a separate entity, but he's in control of every single thing.
Yes, he's distinct from his creation, but he has full control over it. And the concept or the core of it is this active, like everything is by active management. So where we see order and cause and effect, it is essentially he's given us a sufficient intellect, and this whole thing about Adam knows the names of things means you can see one thing is distinct from another, and therefore you will expect to see cause and effect relationships most of the time, but sometimes they break down, and that's the expected view. But the ontology is completely different from Christian ontology, and so this, at the root of what God is and how he relates to his creation, is actually so different that I would submit that it's a very different concept of God.
Yeah,
it's very like the idea of the necessary existence. When we talk about that, right, it does come way close to our understanding of it, because when we talk about the necessary existence, right, the necessary existence is supposed to be in control of everything. It's not just about creating something. We believe the necessary existence is what we all depend on for our continuous existence. If the necessary existence did not want us to exist, we would not exist. If it wants us to continue to exist, we will continue to exist. If it wants our existence to change, we will change according to its will. Because that's where we come to, right? The idea of God in Islam is probably the closest and the most perfect solution for all of these cosmological arguments that you have, right? Because the Christian concept of the Trinity, I'll be honest with you, we've been asking this question for almost a month and a half now to Christians to explain this idea of how does it work, right? How can you count something as 3 and then at the same time you're counting it as 1? Doesn't make any sense, right? So if you're going to suspend your logic and reason to understand the entity that has given us the capability to understand, that has given us the logic and reason, right, to be able to understand him, then essentially you're not going to arrive at the true concept of God. And that's where we have a fundamental difference with Christians, right? Because the Islamic concept of God, when we talk about things, right, when we take this progression all the way back to the idea, okay, is there a necessary existence? And interestingly enough, most even non-theists and atheists, agnostics, whatever else might be out there, right? They can agree to this idea that the necessary existence must be there, unless they're claiming infinite regress, and then there are lots of questions more.
Even infinite regress, actually, there becomes a necessary entity, which becomes the totality of the infinite system. But if someone understands that framework well enough and agrees to use it, they will end up at the necessary being or necessary entity.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
I accept.
But of course, it can be naturalistically defined.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
you agree with this idea of the necessary existence, because I think we've not us, but other brothers have had those conversations with you. You sort of understand all the ways in which we get to that idea. But why does it have to be God? And why can't it be the universe? Probably that's where you're disagreeing. Or
that's where we fall short.
Field
Actually,
right.
So here's something oh, sorry, go on, Faisal.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just answer? Can I just, if you don't mind?
Sure.
I just want to get two things quick. So it very much reminds me of like pantheism, but I understand that it's distinct because you have a distinct, separate creator. But my biggest issue is that what you're describing, God is in control of every single thing. He is the necessary existence. The biggest issue that I would have is that it's indistinguishable from reality.
Isn't that to be expected of a necessary truth?
Well, this is the problem. I can accept a necessary reality because I do. Okay, I accept that there was a reality, or there is a reality that from which we had a Big Bang. Because if you didn't have that, you would basically have creatio.
Oh, I see. Hang on a minute. Okay, I think I get what you're saying now. So no, it's not the same as reality, and it is distinguishable from reality. But
it's not
is it
distinct?
Hang on. Yeah, but is it distinguishable using only observable outcomes, where observable means objective, which means external to the human experience? I would say no. I other than the story of Muhammad, the prophets, and the revelations and things, I don't think you would be able to create your own experiment, because I believe the very act of creating the experiment and the way that would be done would always leave open a naturalistic answer by construction.
Yeah, because let's say you want to test if God is in control of this universe. Basically, we would be testing reality. I mean, we wouldn't be able to distinguish God controlling reality from him not controlling
and
reality.
this is why
it's a moot point.
And this is why if you're gonna well, this is the thing, it can't be tested according to the naturalist paradigm of testing, as long as the naturalist paradigm of testing also excludes all revelation, scripture, and prophets, and doesn't go down that line. If you accept that the existence of these people who claim to be prophets, and you accept the existence of the books that came from them, and you accept the historical events and records and stuff for what they are, then those do fall into the naturalist purview. And that's where, for me, it became extraordinarily unreasonable for me to make a whole conjured system of naturalistic explanations versus the pretty straightforward one. And that was one of the strings to the bow by which I eventually changed my worldview. So if you're talking about an independent experiment that someone's going to come up with, no, I wouldn't see how it's possible. But the thing is, from our worldview, you basically already get things like the local conservation of energy and you know what you expect to happen with entropy and thermodynamics. Like all of this stuff just makes obvious sense from the names of Allah as it stands, you know. So it's kind of like historically it happens to be a fact that finding order, and the more we look, the more we find, we are able to find order and understanding in this stuff, is actually a prediction of monotheism. Because if you remember the ancient Greek gods and this sort of thing, you know, there was some order amongst stuff, but generally stuff was chaotic and only known to the gods, and you wouldn't be able to find a good reason for stuff. And whereas Islam says if you can go deep enough, you will always find order and structure because Allah does things in this way. So it's actually in if you're sort of fair in the talking about you know, predictions and observable matching predictions, that should count. But it doesn't feel right to most naturalists to count it.
Yeah, and to give you something like what's falsifiable, how would you know whether something is right, or am I able to falsify something, right? This is where the Quran is amazing, because it actually responds to this very notion. Can you falsify the Quran, right? I'm just going to bring this up. This is an interesting
just while he's bringing that up, so falsifying the Quran is different from if God exists, then you could not falsify him. He would be non-falsifiable. That's something you got to get your head around as well, right?
Yeah, and there's a few things that we want to talk about. So just bear with me for this. So this is chapter 52 of the Quran, right? So it starts with it. This is where, just to make sure you're understanding the context. So continue to remind all, O Prophet. I'm actually going to read this. So remind, O Muhammad, for you are not, but by the favor of your Lord, a soothsayer or a madman. So this is essentially from the way Muslims understand this is Allah is talking to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he's comforting the Prophet, peace be upon him, against accusations that he was being leveled, that this could be the message of a soothsayer or a madman, which basically means either this is like some sort of hocus pocus fortune telling going on, or this is like someone who's gone crazy and does not know what his faculties are, like what you would expect from someone under influence of mushrooms, alcohol, or someone mentally unstable, right? Because the Prophet, peace be upon him, was not that. And then it continues, or do they say he's a poet for whom we eagerly await an ill fate, right? Or misfortune of time, right? That the idea that he's just writing poetry, okay? Because this is not just poetry. These are really profound, deep meaning words that have consequences for human existence, really, right? It continues now. So wait, for indeed I am with you among the waiters. Or do their minds command them to say this, or are they a transgressing people? Then the interesting one. Or do they say he has made it up? Rather, they do not believe, right? So the idea of what most people today say, that this is written by the Prophet, peace be upon him, or basically some human being has written it down. Now, the response to this particular statement from the Quran, right? Anyone who makes this accusation against the Quran, this is what the Quran basically responds, right? Oh, did I skip? Then let them produce a statement like it if they should be truthful. Basically, it's asking you, it's challenging you to bring another Quran like this one.
It's a falsifiability
right?
test.
Exactly. If you feel that this is a book that can be made by human beings, go ahead and make a book like that. It's challenging, not just one. Now, this argument is repeated in multiple places in the Quran. This is chapter 52 of the Quran, verse 34, which brings this up. All right. Now, it gets repeated another place where this challenge was reduced from a whole book to just 10 chapters. And then in other verses, like for example, in chapter 2, verse 23, I think it's verse 23, But there it's reduced to bring a chapter like it. The smallest
Mm.
chapter being just 10 words. 10 words. Okay. So if you can produce a chapter like that, right, that will falsify the Quran. Right?
Mm.
So the idea is like it's a challenge out there for any human being to pick up. Now, why
This
is
is
that such a
interesting to
interesting?
just quick interlude. Very interesting to have this conversation with GPT, and try and get it to produce something like it. Now, obviously, it's been programmed to be respectful to religions and stuff, so you can take that into effect. But you got to think like what you'd want to ask it is about what the criterion are, how they work, and why it's actually a significant challenge. Because if this was in an Indo-European language, it wouldn't make sense as a challenge. But being specifically in a Semitic language that has the root morphology and has this the way that its sort of rhythms work and all these other kind of conditions that are it's a much more analytical statement than it first comes across to people who speak Indo-European languages. So yeah, I just wanted to give that quick interlude. Carry on, Faisal.
Yeah. So now next verse, this is where it gets really interesting, and I think this is something which the Quran is actually asking you. Allah is asking you, or were they created by nothing? This is asking you that specific question, naturalist. Were you created by nothing, or are you your own creation? Are they their own creation?
Creators.
Right?
Are you asking me?
You your own creators. Yeah. So this is the Quran is asking you. Allah
We're
is
not our
asking
own
you.
creators.
Yeah.
We
So you're not your
we
own
weren't
creator.
created. We weren't created. This is a false dichotomy for me. We weren't
Yeah,
created.
It is not.
In my worldview, we came about through natural selection, evolution. Basically.
Yeah, but how far back do you want to go? Where do you start?
Well,
Like, do you start?
I would
go
say
ahead.
there's a lot to think about in this ayat. I mean, many philosophers have written books thinking about it and all that kind of stuff. It's deeper than it first appears. So I would say it's worth contemplating rather than just looking at it sort of too superficially.
okay.
Because there's this notion of being a self-made man, right? And in some sense you might respect. So although this is saying other than creators, well, obviously a naturalist type person thinks that they weren't. People who believed in pantheons before believed they were created by other things. So it's not that superficial. But
I understand, but the problem is this is a false dichotomy. You're proposing two solutions. Were they created by nothing, or are they their own creators? It's a false dichotomy.
Well,
there are other reasons for a person being here.
So,
not just created by nothing or being your own creator.
And we would love to expand on this. I would love to have this discussion because this is the very essence of the question that you and I are asking each other. Well, where do we come from, right? You would say, okay, we came through abiogenesis, or however you want to put forth, right, that we came about. Let's explore that, because I think that may lead us to something very interesting, right? And we personally feel that once you start exploring this question, right, you arrive at the conclusion that the only logical, sensible conclusion is there must be a God that created us.
Yeah, but
well, it's interesting because naturalist is looking at it as a dichotomy, but to me, it's obviously not presenting a dichotomy. This isn't an exclusive or question. There's no reason to take that as an exclusive or. But
are you talking about this statement or what Faisal has just said? Because what Faisal has said, the only conclusion that you can come to is that we are created, and that's not the only conclusion that we can come to. And
well, no, because you're reading it. In order to call that a dichotomy, you must be reading that as being one of those two possible choices, which would mean it means an exclusive or.
Giving.
That's not what it's giving.
I'm just saying that is a false dichotomy. Those two
No, but
options.
it's you. If you're reading it as a false dichotomy,
only two
but
options.
it's not a dichotomy. This is what we're saying. This is a good example of jumping to a conclusion, reading a translation, but the Arabic is much deeper. The fact is, this ayat does not present a dichotomy at all, but to you, it appears to be not just a dichotomy, but a false dichotomy.
Okay, but all I have is the translation. I don't know Arabic. Right?
That's fine.
So
that's fine, and that's why we're here to sort of clear this up, right? That's why we're here to clear this up. So the question being asked to you here, right? This is the question being asked, right? Do you consider that you came from nothing? That
well,
there
what
was
exactly
nothing
do you mean by nothing? No, I don't.
No, right? Do you think that you created yourself?
No.
Okay.
And if
so then
if we were to extend that, does your parent, did your parent create you? Did your parents create you?
I wouldn't say they created me. Natural processes created me.
So wait.
I mean, they gave birth to me, but I mean, they're not the ones, doing things in their body, right? I mean, a woman gives birth.
So I just want to make sure that we're understanding something, right? This leads us, this question leads us to the very simple conclusion that the reason why we exist is outside of ourselves.
Sure. Yes.
Can we agree to that? Now we can explore that idea of what that reason why we exist
and
is.
That's
right?
the point it's making, which is very interesting, because where you say abiogenesis, etc., if those mechanisms turn out to be the actual mechanisms, which personally I highly doubt, I think it's something else going on there. But say that the theories that are going on now are broadly end up working out something like they think. Well, then that would be the method by which God created us.
Yeah. So brothers, before we even talk about this, let's just explore this, because it may be very useful to explore this with Naturalist, because he's bringing a very different point of view, and it might be useful to go down this rabbit hole and see.
It could be, but I'm kind of. I thought we were going to stop before here because I felt we blew past the really interesting stuff with falsifiability.
Nobody else.
I don't mind doing either. I mean, I have gone down this route before. So, I mean, you were asking me how do I feel we created, right? Through many, many events, many, many different processes, from Big Bang, inflation, star formation, stars are created, planet is created, abiogenesis happens, then evolution kicks off, right? DNA. And then I land up here.
So let's just start going back. So the first thing is you came from your parents came from someone else, and let's keep going back, right? There's a point where you need an explanation which you don't have, right? When it comes to your parents, why did you get why were you born? Because your parent decided to have a baby. That's it.
Right.
You can explain that. What was the driving force behind being born? You go further back and back and back, and there's a point where you come to a question, right, where you don't have an answer. Why did that happen?
Which is? Okay,
just be careful here, because this line gives the impression of a God of the gaps versus, which is not the position.
No. This is it's not what we're presenting, right? But I'm pointing out essentially that when you go down this route, right, there are question marks on the view that you hold. You don't have an answer essentially. You think you have an answer of where you're coming from, but you don't have an answer.
Let me put it a slightly different way, if I may. There is a causal chain. When you enumerated some of that causal chain, going from, I think you started at stardust and ended up at complex beings. So you have a causal chain. Okay. Now there are gaps in that chain, but you believe that they could be filled or would be filled by some other naturalist explanation. Now, the next question then is what is the probability of that chain? Why must it be so? Now, nobody is even remotely close to being able to calculate the probabilities of even parts of that chain. And it's quite unreasonable to expect anyone's going to be at that level, because the numbers involved are so giant, because you would end up with having a very, very small probability. So you have an explanation, but it's extraordinarily unlikely, in my estimation, and I'm using that term carefully, unlikely, for you to have a good answer, which is like a decent probability, that's where each element that you've assigned a probability has a good explanation, before you die. So imagine this question of being, turns out you are facing God, and he says, I gave you all this evidence, all these miracles, like, and somehow you managed to take this one line with this really low probability, versus the obvious or straightforward explanation.
And the obvious explanation is we were created ex nihilo, and what?
Yeah,
Abiogenesis didn't happen, and a limited form of evolution.
Not that different to happen. Just if you, again, in this scenario, if you were to die and to face God, now one of the options is basically you could start with the least detailed, God did it, and then you can add as many details as you like, all the way down to every single detail we'll ever find regarding that whole chain between abiogenesis and stardust, and at every point you would have been correct under that scenario. Whereas the other line, where you do without God did it, you have many different ways of being wrong.
Okay.
You see the difference?
I do, from your perspective, but also see my perspective is that, yes, according to very seemingly insurmountable, very low probabilities, I am here talking to you. I understand that.
Right. Yeah, so it raises the question on what drives the essentially article of faith that naturalistic is the best explanation. What does best really get at?
I mean, I think you're going to have to define a couple of points in this long thing. I understand that abiogenesis is, it's a field of active study, but yes, I put my faith in the scientists that they will be able to close the gap, top down, bottom up, abiogenesis studies.
Yeah, so your faith is in scientists, right? Your faith is in fellow humans putting in the effort to get an answer to something that happened so far back in history, which cannot be repeated, because any attempt to repeat something like abiogenesis essentially defeats the purpose of abiogenesis, because what you've proven is this is possible now. Let's say you do completely recreate the situation which existed at the time when abiogenesis exists. Let's just say we did that. Like, I'm just taking a thought experiment, right? Now, and you are able to flash that bolt of thunder onto that soup of whatever it is, whatever it is, right? And lo and behold, you get the ingredients, right?
Yeah.
And then, no matter what it is, you take the necessary steps to make sure that, okay, you arrive at the first living cell.
Right.
Now, the problem with that is it does not prove abiogenesis.
Sure.
Do you know why?
Accept that. And
because of your involvement in repeating that experiment, because you've proven that this is possible through guided, having someone guiding to a certain result can make it possible. Abiogenesis, maybe not going to happen in forever ever.
I'm going to revise my my statement or my position earlier. We can do all of the abiogenesis studies. We may never even discover the mechanism, first of all. And even if we do discover a mechanism, it may not be the actual one. There may be multiple mechanisms that we discover, and one of them may have been the one, we may not even be able to reproduce the conditions. It's extremely difficult to. So I'm gonna say yes, I agree with you. There is human intervention in these lab experiments, but the possibilities and the potentials are still there. That the mechanism. So what I'm saying is that as long as there is no absolute hard hurdle to the creation of life from non-life, abiogenesis, then I'm fine.
Okay. Let me ask you a slightly different question, if I may, which is so approaches this from another side.
Sorry, brother
Okay.
Sam. I do want to point out there are some hard hurdles. Dr. James Tour, he actually brings it up, and he brought it up in his debate as well with that false professor.
The thing is, those hurdles, you have to be
Professor
really
Dave.
good at chemistry to understand why they're hurdles.
Yes, and exactly. That's why when he brings it up, he knows what he's talking about. And his question was that you really cannot recreate polynucleotides, polypeptides, polysaccharides, right?
Yeah.
Because you need living cells to be able to recreate all of this.
But this is one of the interesting things is the top researchers in abiogenesis. The top researchers in abiogenesis were all challenged and invited to take up that test. And they've all spoken about and interacted with his work to knock it down, but none of them were able to take up that challenge. And with enough knowledge of chemistry and how it works, it's obvious why they didn't. And it does raise questions about how honest their assessments of how close they are have been, at the very least, which is important.
I follow the debates and stuff online, but honestly, it goes way over my head. I'm not somebody that can speak to this. I understand from your perspective that James Tour is the leading proponent on the ID field, but no,
I think he's put together,
because he's not a person who is directly in the field. I understand that he is a champion of the cause, but he's not a leader or
no. The thing is, he's not saying that abiogenesis isn't possible. Even he's saying that the origin of life researchers are claiming they're at a certain steps along, that they've got a pretty good bunch of building blocks in place, and he's claiming that those claims are false. He thinks that we will or may eventually find the mechanism. He's not saying it's not possible. That's not his argument. All he's arguing is that these origin of life researchers are basically lying about how much progress they've made.
Yeah, but his main argument, if I remember, the thing is,
I'm not sure it makes too much sense to go like in detail in this. If basically, as Naturalist said, he's not interested in too much detailed chemistry. But there is another.
I enjoy watching their debates and the passion that they all throw in.
Until you understand like NMR and things, and
So I'm not a fan of.
I'm just going to summarize his argument. As far as
I would prefer to do something else, but okay.
We'll go over this, right? But the main argument that he was posing is, as of today, what we know about life replicating itself requires life itself. You cannot do this outside of that situation. You need all of those elements that need to be together. The necessary soup has to be there, but at the same time, there needs to be something to be replicated. If you don't have something to be replicated, how is one cell going to turn into two?
It amounts to saying that he thinks life being seeded rather than generated is more plausible.
Yes. Does that help Naturalist?
Sure, but what do you mean by seeded? Because I can also say, well, maybe aliens did it because.
Well, exactly. This is exactly the thing, but then this leads down to this question of why is aliens did it more plausible, and this becomes a matter.
I don't really want to.
and
going down these rabbit holes.
No, I know, but let me just give me just 1 minute on this topic. Faisal, please, just give me just 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Because the problem with this topic is exactly that. And I knew before Faisal started bringing up this stuff exactly where it would lead and exactly where it landed. So it's always going to go that way. Now, it is an interesting question to raise. Okay, well, why is it that aliens are more plausible when it comes back to a matter of dogma? But what I really wanted to raise in time, and unfortunately it's too late, so we'll have to try and take what I'm saying and stick it back to the earlier part of the conversation, is look at the other sort of hard boundary, which is about the probabilities of these things. Because you could say that there's, in the quantum space, right, there's always a probability of something happening. Like, there is nothing that is not possible. If everything that's physically possible is somewhere in the wave function, right? But the question is always going to be, what is the more probable explanation? And probable involves a judgment call. And the Islamic perspective is interesting to consider, even if you're not a Muslim, which is, what is driving my choice of what appears to be a more reasonable explanation? Because it's an example of something that we can't reasonably expect in our lives to have this settled, where we're making judgment calls. And even if you want to sort of try and delay it, deep down you are making a kind of judgment call, and examining the reasons why you're making a judgment call on these is really important. And that's sort of the key at the bottom of all this, because if you think about it, the thesis that's put forward in Islam, it makes sense that there would never be such thing as an undeniable proof until the very last thing that happens in the eschatology, which is the sun rising from the west, and after that point, it's too obvious, and you no longer can ask for repentance, and it's game over. And there's a whole reason for that. So the whole argument about, like, well, I can always find a naturalist route and all this kind of stuff, it almost misses the point of the discussion and the presentation of the Islamic view. And there is no compulsion in religion. It's very fundamental. And if there was something that was literally undeniable, then you'd be compelled, and that would break the whole framework anyway. In a sense, that would disprove Islam. It would be some other monotheist that wins. So that's, I think I really wanted to make that point in these discussions, because that sort of core underbelly of it tends to get lost.
That's fine.
Right. And the point that I was actually wanted to show, basically what I wanted to show you here is that to me, it's very telling that you would accept something like an aliens doing this when
I'm not saying that I accept it. I'm just saying we were saying we were mentioning that
is
no, but you would find it more acceptable. You would find it more acceptable than God, especially if someone showed that chemistry could not have this primordial soup mechanism, that somehow the laws of chemistry forbid it. Then you would find aliens a more acceptable resolution than you would find God in your current world.
But brother, where did the aliens come from?
Let me actually finish my point, because that's not where I was going. I was actually going somewhere else.
Okay,
right?
go for
so
it.
Naturally, the idea that when you were faced with that almost impossibility of something like that happening by itself, right? It's not just difficult for something like this to happen, because every time a molecule has to be made in life, what happens is within the cell, it's taking a sort of a template and applying that template to make sure that that is the result that we're getting, right? That's how the cells make sure that they get the right molecules, right? Now, that's not going to happen in the primordial soup. There is no
but that's not what abiogenesis is about, because you're talking about once you've already formed. I mean,
exactly. So
basically, the end of abiogenesis would basically be the start of RNA, maybe the start of DNA.
Yeah.
That would be the end of abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is going to start from inanimate things, right? Amino acids.
So you're
or whatever.
asking for miracle after miracle after miracle. Do you understand that?
That's true.
So you're asking for a miracle after miracle after miracle. Now, I'm going to change this variable. You say an alien did that. Does that make sense to you? Aliens could come in and...
I said alien because you were mentioning James Tour's implications of this being that life was seeded potentially, and I said aliens did it. I didn't say that that's what I believe, But
Yeah.
okay, let's
No,
aliens did it.
we
I
understand
mean,
that.
then where did
But
the aliens come from?
But the thing is, why would aliens even be more plausible? Why would that seem better?
What then God? Because they're in the natural world.
No. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you the question, all right? Do you think the possibility of this happening now is much higher if aliens seeded life versus this happening in a primordial soup over a span of quadrillion of years that it needs?
I don't actually believe in the soup, primordial soup idea. So it's difficult for me to say.
Whatever
that,
was the cause of abiogenesis.
Yes, I think that life could have life. It's more plausible that life came from abiogenesis independently on this planet than alien seeding life. But I will also say that I think that
wait.
asteroids and amino acids could have played a role. I mean, amino acids, part of non-life being seeded on the planet initially is a high possibility. So a form of panspermia, but just basically giving life a kickstart.
Yeah, but again, the only variable you've changed is that it doesn't happen on this planet. It happened somewhere else, and then it came down, right?
Okay. The reason for that, but wait. The reason for that is this planet has only been here for the last 4 billion. I think life started, let's say, I think about 300,000 or 400,000 years after the planet was formed. So still about 4 billion or 3.8 billion years ago. The reason why panspermia helps you is because interactions and molecules form on asteroids or in outer space or wherever first. So it's basically giving a kickstart before it lands up on the planet.
So
in the beginning of the planet, the planet was bombarded by asteroids.
Yeah. So the boost it gives you is essentially that there's more spaces, more places where these things could have been generated, and there's it increases the probability.
This is a non-solution essentially. Because for me, something existing on an asteroid, it's more likely not to have existed as well. Just because of
amino acids. Amino acids we know can come from asteroids and comets. We know because we've already done.
But that doesn't change the fundamental question. The fundamental question that is being asked is where would the two probabilities be? It's starting from seeding with the intervention of aliens. All right, or life starting on this planet through abiogenesis.
I don't believe that life on this planet was seeded by aliens. So let me just
No, you don't believe, but I'm asking a question.
What is the probability?
The probability is non-zero for that one, right?
Well,
or is it zero?
If aliens seeded life, life would have gotten a much faster kickstart. Okay.
No, but the question is it zero or some epsilon above zero for alien seeding?
Is some above zero? I can't rule it out.
Can't rule it out, so it's above zero because zero means fully ruled out. Okay, and then the probability for the other thing, abiogenesis, presumably is above aliens.
Yes.
Right.
Because in the last 4 billion years, where did the aliens go? Also because of factors of the Fermi paradox and what we believe about how difficult life could have arisen, how life could have arisen, that there's we may be one of the first, it's possible that we may be one of the first intelligent life forms in the galaxy.
Yeah, we're not denying
if not in the universe.
Any of these theories, right? But the fundamental question being asked is, right, which would have the higher likelihood of us existing on this planet? Aliens coming over for a rest stop, maybe just going for a washroom break and causing all life to spread on Earth, right? Or abiogenesis. Which one of those two?
Probably with how unlikely alien life would have been able to travel the stars in the 8 billion years that when life was seeded, 4 billion years ago. That means basically 8 billion years have passed.
Therefore, because the universe
and
has
you've
been
got-
expanding, it was a lot closer together for a long time.
Okay, but even with that, and then being a spacefaring race, I think the probability is super low. Like not zero, but I mean, yay big versus abiogenesis.
Well, it's interesting that you say
Okay,
abiogenesis is so huge, though. This is where I'm sort of starting. I don't know if this is where Faisal is going, so tell me if I'm derailing. But for me, you're comparing two extraordinarily low probabilities.
Yes, sure.
On my assessment of it.
Yeah.
And then that begs the question of why.
Do you know what the
that
puddle argument is? Because you guys constantly making what we call
You mean Douglas Adams? This puddle, wondering why there's a puddle, why there's a hole to justify it perfectly. Yeah. I'm very familiar with that. Yeah. Why? So not sure why you think that's relevant, or maybe that's worth explaining why you think it's relevant.
Well, because we're very concerned about how we got here, right? And all the low probabilities. I mean, what is the probability of you sitting there across in your library thing there? You, that person, Islam Hakim, talking to me over here, in South Africa, the probability of the chain of events of that happening, is astronomically small. Okay.
Depends on what you believe the space of what's possible is. It could be that there's only a few options, and it's just our imagination that there's a huge space of possibilities. There's a few assumptions to be highlighted, but what I wanted to just quickly note is that there's these two pretty low probabilities. We don't have good reason to make either very higher probabilities. Now, the nature of probabilities is you've got the whole space is one, and so what is the rest of these spaces? What is this big unknown, and why does it make more sense to you to pick one or to sort of have what appears to be a substantial amount of faith in something abiogenesis where analytically it's very low probability? You sort of put it up there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just in relative speaking to the probability that alien life was able to be a spacefaring race within 8 billion years from the Big Bang to now, and then come to our planet and seed life.
Let's say they come from a different universe. Let's just say they come from a different universe. Let's say they have all of those capabilities. All right, you believe let's say it's a multiverse.
I don't know how to evaluate that myself. I don't know why.
I know. The point is, you're adding variables to it which I didn't put in there. The idea isn't about alien life coming into existence. The fact of the matter is, at that point in time, whenever life started on this planet, aliens were there, right? Mm-hmm. Ignoring the possibility of how they came about. They may have come about from a different universe, a different planet, or they could have been from a different dimension completely.
Right. So they could be if they were there and they seeded life, then the probability is the highest.
Is the highest. I don't see how would you compare those two probabilities? Is it? Do you say it's closer to 1, closer to 0, closer to 0.1, and how much higher compared to abiogenesis?
Well, you're just giving me all the conditions. So I'm saying, if you're giving me the conditions, if you're giving me the condition that there was an alien life that was spacefaring, that landed on the planet 3 or 4 billion years ago, and
under those conditions, the probability is 1 because you've defined
probability
is what happened. Yeah. So that's the problem in the question.
That's fine. So let's take a step back then. Let's take a step back. All right.
Where are you going? Where are you going with this stuff? Because again, these questions.
Question again here.
They sound a lot like a God of the Gaps argument, and I know that you don't make those and you don't like those. Yeah. So let's try and cut to the chase of what you're.
The main question where I'm getting to here is, I want to understand your reason for essentially evaluating one as higher than the other, right? When you say for most people, right, the more intuitive response would have been that if there is an agency involved in doing something, you're going to more likely end up with a particular result, right?
Sure.
Now,
yeah.
what
If the agency can be demonstrated in reality?
yes, if
or
the
in,
agency can be demonstrated, right?
There's a
Or
catch-22 involved in that, though, because this could be
Go
the means by which the agency is demonstrated. Well, you're saying the agency has to be demonstrated a priori, but
Yes.
that precludes you from having evidence. So you're saying the evidence has to come externally, right? Would
Well,
if you're going
need
to talk about
demonstrate
finding the
mechanism
agency,
or an agency that
I
can do
guess let me try and make this more precisely. So if you're going to forget the existence of the Quran and Muhammad and so on, and try and determine the existence of agency, just with experiments, I don't see how you could ever do that, even in principle, because whatever you find, you're already uprating anything that lacks agency. And then you're saying agency has to be proved, but there's always at every step going to be the ability to have a non-agentive description that may have its gaps filled in later. So it actually is more of a catch-22 than it first appears.
Yeah, and to illustrate this example, right? How do you know, how can you demonstrate if somebody makes a claim to you that your 44th grandfather actually walked through this land, right? That's a claim, right? Can you even substantiate that either way? No, right?
I don't know what the
he could very well
purpose
be.
is of
The
doing
point
that.
is,
yeah.
no, there's no purpose to it. But essentially, the point is that I have such an itch in my throat right now. It's hard to even talk. The point here is that if you're going to default to a naturalistic explanation, you're actually going to miss out on these pieces.
On any agentive thesis is already is not going to be permissible in a naturalist worldview.
No, because if it interacts with the physical world, at some point, the majority of interactions into this physical world should be able to be demonstrated and tested.
Right. Well, but it depends.
If it's some kind of mythical,
no. It's really important here, because remember the Islamic worldview I clarified. According to our worldview, you are literally surrounded by miracles. You just take them all for granted. That's a really important point.
But like I said, that's indistinguishable from reality, because you're saying just everything around you is a miracle.
No.
Hang
on.
It.
No, it's
yes.
No, hang on. You got to be very careful here, because
what you're calling miracles all around me, I call the natural world reality.
Right, but the thing is, how much of it you're taking for granted now? Because if it's true that things are made of particles and atoms and things, you have to calculate all the different configurations they could be in and that were accessible from some previous kind of state, and then calculate, from what subset of those are the ones that involve the level of order and everything else that we currently have, and all these amazing things that there are around us. Now, you're never going to be able to compute that. There's no way you're going to be able to compute that probability. So one way or another, it's an article of faith. Even if you think, oh, I've got plausible explanations here and there, it's fundamentally an article of faith for which you do not, if you go back to epistemology, you don't have the data, and you're not going to get the data. You don't have inferential reliability to fall back on, where you can reason forward from first principles. So, it's
But I mean, okay, if we're talking about the natural world, right?
There's causal
closure, meaning that there is no causal closure. Basically means that there is no cause on the natural world that comes outside of itself. Meaning there is no supernatural entity that initiates some kind of event or some kind of brain state like manipulating you, for example, that is not outside of the natural world. It's causally closed, right? All causes happened within the natural world from the beginning of time, space, in this observable universe.
But
right,
then
so can you show, so that's a claim, right? Can you?
No, that's my axiom. That's an axiom.
But that's the problem. That axiom is
exactly. So if this is an untestable, unfalsifiable, won't be challenged, as long as you hold on to that,
yes,
that's it. There will never be any way that you could ever find something outside of that, even in principle, no matter how it exists. That's
you box yourself.
I accept that, because when you take on axioms on your ontology, exactly the same as you guys do, and don't say you don't, because you have certain axioms within Islam that you need to take, okay, in order to have
the best axiom
on your ontology.
Axioms are demonstrable. Our axioms are demonstrable. That's the reason why we're pointing it out.
Well, hang on a minute. This gets murky and interesting, and is actually a subject of a lot of my slides. Because
if you can demonstrate God,
but again, demonstrations are it's an interesting topic. But the thing is, as long as that becomes an inviolable axiom, there's no point having any kind of discussion around whether or not it could be violated, or whether or not anything else can be different, or really any kind of discussion with another worldview. But in terms of understanding it, because as long as that's your framework, you will really struggle to understand the Islamic perspective.
So you can demonstrate it. Let me explain to you something. You can demonstrate it because you guys say that angels interact in this world.
Hang on, I needed to finish that thought. I really did.
Sorry. Because
you can demonstrate a cause and effect as you see it. You can say, look, here's I'm making a cause, and I lift this up, I drop it, there's the effect of me letting go of my hand, and so on. And so you can say there's cause and effect all over the place.
Much more involved, but yes.
Yeah. So you can say there's this cause and effect, and so you can use this for support for the idea that everything is cause and effect, right? And it's a very different kind of support, and a different kind of jump, sort of inferential jump, but there are similarities between them. I do grant you there are similarities between them, but there does become
between what, your worldview and mine, or what?
Between making, using a bunch of inferences. Technically, I would say inductions, right? Using a whole bunch of induction to at some point jump to an axiom, to an article of faith, right? So you by induction of apparent causal interactions, at some point you've jumped to an article of faith. You said, look, there's enough inductive evidence, I'm just going to call it true, and I'm going to have this as an axiom. And that's where there's similarities with the belief that Allah exists and Muhammad is a messenger, i.e. the axiom of Shahada, where there's a huge bunch of great inductive reasons, but at some point one must take the leap and then see if that axiom actually works out and comports to reality, including my own experience reality, and so on and so forth. This goes back to the thing about whether or not the natural world ontology is well connected with the other things, like the moral and my feelings and things like that. Does that make sense?
So yes, but let me just ask something to clarify. Is your Shahada idea that Shahada is an axiom, an ontological or epistemological axiom? Is it part of your epistemology, how you know about the world, or is it ontological?
It's ontological, but it carries with it consequences in terms of your epistemology.
I can't see how it can be an ontology. So I can say that the causal closure, though,
it's an ontological claim. It's a claim about ontological reality.
About reality.
Yeah.
I don't. A shahada is something that somebody like recites, right? It's an
article. I testify. It's a testification that two things are true: that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his final messenger.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that is part of.
And so because of that, it brings in that's the primary
Okay.
root of the ontology. It brings in the rest, but together with it,
Okay.
because it brings in the Quran, it also brings in epistemological considerations. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. I'll just say on the causal closure, if you're saying that angels interact in this world, then they are part of cause and effect, right?
Mhm.
Or jinn or whatever. And that falls under, not naturalism, but I mean, because other naturalists would kill me for saying that. But it falls under testable, something that can be tested or verified. Okay.
Careful.
So,
Why are you making that jump? That's a huge for me.
No.
That this is a symmetry before. For you, those are very close together. For me, you've just made a massive jump. A
What do you
huge
mean?
jump.
No, I'm just saying, if you're saying that angels interact in this world, and I'm saying that in our worldview, or in my worldview, as part of my ontology, there's causal closure in this universe, meaning everything within reality has a cause and effect that can be traced back in reality. So if angels are interacting in this reality and they're causing an effect on people, okay, or jinn or whatever supernatural thing, even the mind, okay, if you have a dualist, if you have free will and there is some mind force that's interacting on this world, it should be testable because it's causing an effect.
This is where we have the big problem and the giant leap. I've got to unpack this one a lot, right? Because testable in some sense, as in having an effect on reality that is felt through someone's empirical faculties, yes, I would agree. However, testable, especially in naturalism, is a hugely loaded word, which means we can make some experiment. Those are the worlds apart. So I would agree, yes, we would expect there to be some empirical evidence, and I would argue that that is very much felt and around the place. There is a bunch of things for that, but can it be put in a box that you can apply the scientific method to? This gets back to this question of virtual particles. What you're asking for is like saying, I wouldn't believe in virtual particles unless they can be directly independently observed. And someone says to you, but that's not the theory. The theory says that it has third-party implications, and you've got to look over here. And there's a really sort of deep analogy there, in that you have to pick a method of testing that would make sense if the claim is true. So, for example, where you have people that are doing statistical tests to see if prayers work, that test doesn't make any sense in the Islamic view of prayers, but you could do other tests, but you do your own tests, and then other people do their tests, and you talk to them and share your experiences and so on. That wouldn't satisfy a skeptic statistician, for example, but it satisfies an individual applying the same standards they apply to other things in their life. So this thing about testable, meaning does it have empirical consequences? I would say yes. But are they going to satisfy or are they likely, is it reasonable to expect they satisfy the domain of physical inquiry? I would say no. In any case I can think of, except for certain extraordinary events that can also be argued to have happened another way.
Okay.
I know it's coming close to 3 hours with this discussion.
It's getting it's getting pretty late for me.
Late for you?
Yeah, 3 hours with naturalists. Well, it's a pleasure because there are a few people that I can have these kind of conversations with for that long and then be so cordial and interesting, covering good topics.
Yeah, and when we started this stream, the idea was that some of these deeper discussions may be required. So thanks for sticking around. Maybe we can.
You wouldn't get this on the general stream, on the Sunday stream. 15 minutes.
Right. So we do have Abu Shakir on the stage with us. So, and you were there for a while. I've been asking you if you're Muslim or not. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you've been here with us, but thanks for confirming. You're on the stage. So Naturalist will have a conversation with you next time, hopefully.
So thank you very much, guys. It's been awesome to speak to you. I hope I've been cordial and given you time to speak and
And did
taken
you
all
have?
of your advice and input and listened to you. And I hope that I always steel man your position and not straw man your position. So,
We'll get to the stage.
oh, he cut off.
Is it me or Brother Islam froze up?
Someone watching about something worth watching back on. Remember that as much as it feels like a steel manning, it won't be until you have a concept of God that does not contradict anything said about him in Quran that you can truly steel man it. That would be the major key to understanding our position.
Sure. As much as what I possibly can.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I'll
fine.
say.
And where you are will let you know, and you can basically learn from us about what we believe in. All right. Thank you, Naturalist.
Thanks so
Take
much.
care.
All right.
Bye.
See you.
Hey guys, no, I was multitasking, listening to you while doing something else until recently. I checked the messages. How you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm
We're doing
okay.
okay.
I just is it
So
is
Abu
it possible for
Shakir,
me to take a
just
quick 10-minute break, or is this going to be?
Sure,
I don't know if it's going to be a long one.
Well, no, today I'm just going to finish in 5 minutes. But
Oh, okay.
I heard.
Right.
Well, you remember our conversation last week? I take it.
Not all
Yeah.
the details. I certainly recognize your voice.
Well, all I
bring it
constructed
up.
atheism. I said.
I can bring it up. Give me
Oh, you're going to bring it up?
yeah. This.
Yeah, but at the
we
same
took
time,
notes last time.
while I was listening to what's the name of the not Fazal, but the other gentleman, I can barely read the name.
Oh, Naturalist.
Naturally.
No, your partner.
Islam Hakim.
Brother
Islam Hakim,
Islam
sorry.
Me.
Islam
Yes.
Hakim. If I'm not mistaken, I heard you say that you apply non-physics, I guess, wherever is applicable to Islam. Is it true?
I didn't understand that question. Can you clarify that?
I think I heard you say that you apply known physics, I guess, whenever applicable in Islam, where there are things.
No. I remember this. At least if it's the same part of the conversation I was saying, and I wouldn't have said what you said there. No, what I was saying was I apply the same epistemic standards to Islam as I apply to physics in terms of whether or not I believe something is true, and keeping these worldviews meshed and aligned.
Can I test you on that?
I'm not sure if you can, but you can ask me a question and we'll see if it would test that.
No, I'll make a very quick statement. Then you can judge from there whether you can or not. If you say no, you can't, then forget what I said.
Okay.
How's that? Very quick statement. My statement is, if Islam is true, then the earth has to be flat. If the earth is a rotating sphere, then Islam is false, based on physics.
Hang on a minute. Is this a hypothetical, or do you believe
No, that's actually has to do with the physics.
Do you genuinely believe? You know the Islamic the Islamic philosophers and mathematicians are the ones that came up with the most detailed ways of doing spherical geometry and the celestial sphere in order to in order to map out things like which direction to pray in and their trade routes and everything. Like in fact, I've got a history of mathematics by Bell. Where he states,
I'm going to stop you if you don't mind.
Where he states quite simply, let me say this one little bit, tiny bit, where he states that the for these purposes, spherical geometry was developed to such a level that the Europeans felt there was nothing left to pick off it. It was viewed as a dead subject. It had been completely done. So the reason I say this is because they were all Muslims. They all believe deeply in the Quran, and none of them are under the impression that there's any implication in the Quran that the earth is flat.
Okay, no, I'm that what you said is totally irrelevant. My argument is going to be about 1 minute long and based on physics.
Okay.
Less than a minute long, and then you can correct me where I'm wrong. That's it.
Okay.
You don't even have to bring in any
So
of the.
So just to clarify,
Go ahead.
in 1 minute long, you're going to prove using physics that if Islam is true, then the earth has to be flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'll apply physics, and then you correct me where I've gone wrong. You just have to correct me. That's all.
Okay.
You can correct me within a minute.
Maybe.
Okay, here we
Go
go.
ahead.
Now, in Islam, there's a midnight prayer called tahajjud. That's based on mutawatir hadith that Allah descends early part of the morning, and He asks who is looking for forgiveness, and and that there's a big reward for those who pray in the early morning. Now, Allah comes down, let's see, at 12:05 a.m. every morning. Now, if the earth is flat, then Allah comes down at 12:05 a.m. It's 2 a.m. across the earth and leaves in 10 minutes. If the earth is a spherical rotating sphere, then Allah comes down once at 12:05 a.m. and then it's 12:05 a.m. somewhere around the world, and Allah can never go back to come back again.
Is this serious?
I know he is being serious, I believe. Oh,
I don't
oh
know
my
where to
God.
start.
I
I'm sorry.
I know.
I can't give a straight face. I can't.
I don't know if you should take you seriously on this, Abu Shakir, or if
Well,
you're
I mean, okay.
being
Do
serious.
you can deny the hadith?
No. Wait.
Hadith's wrong.
Before
That's
before
all
you
you
go
say.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so look,
Before you go
you've obviously imposed a lot of your own
Yes.
beliefs on how it would make sense to interpret or understand what was said in these hadiths. I don't know where you've got this idea that he descends from a particular direction onto a flat earth, nor the idea that that it even makes sense to think of things in those terms. I don't know where to start because none of it makes sense to me.
Brother Islam, I have to say something because there were a few things that he said last time as well, right? Which I want to address
You
today.
go for it. I'm going to go do my prayers and something else. Other. We'll be back in a minute.
Brother Abu Shakir,
you have fun.
Sure. So, Brother Abu Shakir, the first thing is, like, I can now understand why Mufti Yasser does not give you much time, right? This is a very dishonest question to ask us. Instead of asking us what we believe in or how we understand things, you've actually come and imposed a particular version of your understanding of our beliefs onto us and want us to respond in that paradigm. Okay, so that is extremely dishonest. Are you willing to take that back and then ask us what we believe in, and then we can move ahead? Or are you asking us an answer for what you stated?
No, I don't think we need to go any further. I
agree. We don't need to go any further. I don't think.
No, if you believe I'm being dishonest,
I don't think.
Then we can't
Yeah,
discuss. Well,
you
then
are
we
being
can't
dishonest.
discuss it any further.
You are being
sorry?
dishonest, right? You are being dishonest, firstly. So I'm just going to be very clear with you, right? I'm not sure if this is normally how you have these conversations, but this is honestly the last time I was hoping that you would be a much better individual than what you're showing right now. Not only have you, when I'm telling you that you've imposed a position on us, which we do not believe in, and you've imposed an understanding of the verse, understanding of the Quran, which is not what we take as true, right? And even Brother Islam actually explained how even in our whole history, this is proven to be as untrue. Your statement about how you're interpreting it is proven to be untrue, then I'm and I'm also pointing out to you that and giving you an opportunity to take it back, right? And you're basically doubling down on it. So this is being
Okay.
dishonest, Shakir.
Okay. Let me just say the last word, and then I will leave. Islam isn't what you believe and I believe. Islam is what is written in Quran and the Hadith. And if you're Ahlitashi, and then they have a different belief system. So that's all I have to say. But it was great talking
Okay,
to you.
let's
I'll
do that.
leave. All right. Bye bye.
I thank you so much.
Bye.
All right. So apologize for that guest. Apparently, some people believe that they have the right to interpret our religion however they want, and they claim that that is what is written and that is what the Prophet peace be upon him explained. Extremely dishonest view on how things should be taken. So this we can do without those people. Now, I don't have many guests. I do have an Islamophobe in the back chat. We're not going to give you any platform, Mike Malzahn. Sorry about that, right? So take care. You can leave or you can stay in the back chat if you want to, but we're not going to be bringing you up. Right. Okay. So we'll wait for the brother to come back. We can continue with our discussion. We are back tomorrow as well. And we'll continue the presentation tomorrow. Maybe take a bit more time in our presentation than we did today. So the quality of guests today hasn't been that good. I mean, we had Brenda who wanted to come up. We did get Abu Shakir, and now we have Mike Malzahn. Mike, if you want to clear the backstage, that would be good. Otherwise, I will just have to kick you out or ban you, something like that. So you're not getting on the stage. You're known to have done. You're known blasphemer. That's not something we accept. All right. Okay. All right, Juan. So just to get some idea from the chat, what do you guys want to hear more? More from Brother Islam on his journey and how he arrived at the conclusion that Islam is the way, or do we continue waiting for some of the guests? All right, something interesting is happening. I can see a lot happening in the chat. Oh, okay, no worries. So can see a lot happening in the chat. Let's just go through some of the comments. So the discussion with Naturalist was enlightening for me as well, because it opened up the idea at times. Like we talked about this with Naturalist too, that when as theists, as individuals who allow for the supernatural and for the metaphysical, right? We're basically in a position to look at events and come to conclusions different from naturalists because of the fact that the naturalists have boxed themselves within a particular framework and within a very limited scope of what they would accept as true and what they would not accept as true. What that exposes right now is that they have pretty much forced themselves into a position. They force themselves into a position where they're coming to a conclusion because of that, because of boxing themselves in that position. By the way, I had another person in the back chat, but he was Islamophobe. Assalamu alaikum, brother Islam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So we don't accept Islamophobes and people who come up and blaspheme, and they don't have a filter on what they're trying to say.
No,
So-
correct. And the thing is, if you even entertain and go into those things, then you turn off the kind of more intellectual and considered people that we want this stream to be about. So it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we can continue on this. So let's ask the chat. One for if you want us to continue with the presentation, or two if you want us to continue waiting. Because if I would not bring anybody else up, brother Sam,
It's
if we continue our presentation, because we can do
Okay.
that tomorrow as well.
yeah, we could do. Yeah, I forget if actually, yeah, if we've got a stream tomorrow, we should probably end this one fairly soon. Give me a chance of sleeping.
Yes. All right. So let's give it another 5-10 minutes, and then we'll wrap up. Do you want to just talk a bit about what you found interesting in that conversation with Naturalist? Because
Many things, many things. What's startling in many ways is how it's almost just like a representation of what I used to believe, more or less. He's got more sophisticated language for some of the things than I had at the time when I believed it, but more or less it's basically the same, which is, it's really interesting. But also his attitude towards us is pretty similar to the attitude I had near the beginning of talking to Kareem about Islam, which was, really, he's got a good attitude, but I think that there's a lot of incredulity that underpins the conversation, and
yeah.
I recognize that. I had that in the beginning of my conversations with Kareem as well, and it's understandable, but it is kind of frustrating because at the end of the day, it only slows the conversation to a crawl. It doesn't actually help, but it's almost like an essential barrier that has to be crossed. Like the incredulity come up enough times, and it's almost part of testing where he sees the weakness in our position being, and then us being able to respond to that with something that actually sounds reasonable. That happening enough times will help him to see that, we're not just crazy or just jump on this because it's convenient. I like the sound of it. I think it was really interesting what he said about naturalism not being for everyone, because
that
some people can't
amazing
essentially can't handle it. Well, no, I wouldn't say it's so much as an admission. I think it is quite. It shows a kind of maturity and foresight that I didn't have at his age. That's one of the big distinctions, because I would have said naturalism is better for everyone, and if you can't hack it, it's because you suck, basically.
Yeah.
That would be, and so he's more mature and well considered in that regard.
Yeah, I'm not denying that part, but what I found really interesting about that statement was that shows that as a naturalist, he realizes there are weaknesses in his worldview. Because if you have worldview,
you've got to be careful to understand what that is and where it comes from. What it essentially boils down to is not everyone can hack it. Not everyone can handle the raw truth. It's very close to, if you familiar with Camus?
No.
So he's a philosopher who's famous for the absurd and things like this, and confronting the absurd and so on. And he wrote this. I forget the name of the story. But there's a story about this sort of well-to-do man who nothing could go wrong in his life. It was all going well, and then this image of himself and his ego started falling apart, and he ended up having to confront the absurd. And he was part in that story where you know, he was saying, well, this is the truth, is that there's no meaning to life and everything's absurd, and most people can't handle it, you know. But in that was actually a certain level of elevating oneself above others, because it's almost like, you know, I'm saying, you know, I'm rational enough, I can hack it, I can handle the difficulties that are inherent with recognizing this truth, which is interesting because, you know, that bit, if that be there, sort of parallels what you know, I felt before, except I felt, screw it, if you can't handle it, well, religion is so dangerous and destructive, you should leave it anyway. But he's more considered than that. But there's this element of elevating oneself is still there. There's a rational superiority. Now, it's interesting that, you know, there's a sense in which Muslims can be seen as elevating themselves as well, right? In that they believe you know, we believe we have the you know, we're on a straighter path. But in our worldview, there is a tempering force on that, a very important one, which is, you know, Allah could at the moment debase us, take it away from us, you know, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, so the belief system itself inherently pushes you down against, you know, letting that elevation get out of control. Whereas there's no inherent limit in the naturalist framework, in that you basically, the better you are at being a humanist, and the more you know and understand about the naturalist world, you're just ever increasing.
Yeah, but for me, like when I think about the truth, I actually feel that truth is the simplest at times, right? It's the most simplest explanation and the most easy to understand explanation.
It's a fascinating paradox there. That really is. Yeah.
Because really, the more you dive into it, right, the more humble you become, because you realize, because of how simple it is for basically anyone can understand it. Because if truth is so complicated that only a certain people have access to it, right, is it really the truth then? There's only
Well,
a few
it's yeah, well, yeah, can it be checked to be the truth if only a subset of humans are able to access it? That's an interesting question. The ancient Greek philosophers felt that until your arguments could be put in the common tongue and tested against the common people, they didn't count as truth, if that makes sense. Not all of them. That was I forget the school of thought. But actually, I just wanted to clarify on that one. You know, this goes back to Occam's razor, right? Or sort of this principle of maximum abduction. Now, it's often misquoted as the simplest explanation is the best one, but really the way he stated it was better, which is the least multiplication of entities. And crucial caveat, of course, was comparing like theories in terms of what they covered and you know, explained to be true. And it is interesting because people are used to the idea of God now, right? And it's almost like, yeah, of course, if you believe in God, you can explain everything. But imagine if that idea wasn't around and someone came up with it. It's like, whoa, here's this, like, this idea is so unique, so incredible. You can start from this one root and everything else falls under this root. Nobody's ever imagined, you know. It's an interesting thought experiment to do, because, you know, had it been discovered by, you know, someone in the Enlightenment period where no one else believed in gods, and then the Enlightenment people came along and found, but look, this one fundamental unified theory, everything fits underneath it perfectly, there'd be no doubt, right? Because that's what they've been dreaming of for so long. Right?
Exactly. It is true. It is true how much the existence of God explains about so many different aspects of life, which when you take that out, you don't have an answer.
But here's the key thing, though. It's not just about having an answer or not, and that's almost part of the game that the Enlightenment philosophers tried to turn things into, because it's not just about having one or not. It's about what the answer entails. Is it useful to you becoming a better human being and all this sort of stuff? you know, because it was about the values of philosophy. This is what the early philosopher, the Enlightenment people wanted it to just be about, if I can get an explanation other than God, then I'm, you know, and what they were doing was they're saying, look, we're almost there with a complete theory. Your God is just a God of the gaps in our theory, but we're going to close it soon. This was always the thing. This is the whole origin of the God of the gaps. Anyone who ever argued it was only in response to the Enlightenment folk in the first place. But the thing is, it's the sort of, it's not any old notion of God. A lot of them don't work. A lot of them end up not making sense when trying to comport to reality. But specifically, Allah, and the way he's defined, is an incredible, I mean, it's literally, in terms of divine simplicity, a simple concept in the sense that once you get it, it's a single intuition you can summon. You don't have to assemble it from all these different attributes. And from that, you have every level of detail in a description available to you. So you can always go down to a level by which you can compare to someone else's theory. But the problem then becomes sometimes, you know, this theory might appeal simpler because it's the same as this one, but minus one God. So you think, well, I win because I got one less thing. But that's not a correct application of Occam's razor, because you haven't compared like with like, because, you know, the belief in Allah encompasses so much more. And basically it works as an optimum you know, organizational principle for your thoughts and everything else. It has functional benefits. And the thing is, it's a necessary truth can't be disproved, as in there's no genuine falsifiability. So the nature of the conversation that's usually had around it doesn't quite make sense, you know. Prove it, but the proof must be one such that if it exists, it is also in the realm of naturalists, right? If that's the criteria, then there is no such thing as proving it, except if Allah sends a prophet with a book and going in enough detail, you will find, and this is the thing, what's enough detail? That depends on the person. You know, some people are willing to go into lots of detail, some people aren't. But if you're willing to go into lots of detail on what the naturalist scientists say, and you're not willing to give 5 minutes to what the you know, Islamic philosophers say, that speaks to your heart and does the test anyway, right?
Speaking of enough detail, I was listening to this one revert talking about how when he read verse 2 of the Quran, verse 2 of chapter 2, in this book there is no doubt, right? That was enough for him. That was enough for him. Yeah, exactly. There's who claims that this book has guidance for anyone who believes, right? Who would make that type of claim? For him, that was enough, right? And you know, the example that is given of that, the Bedouin in the desert, right? Being asked that does God exist, he points to camel dung and says that to me is proof that God exists. That's a profound statement when you think about it, right?
It's interesting because when people say that, it's in the context of the rest of their worldview. But if a skeptic wants to look at that, they'll just be like, what an idiot. Of course there's loads of other explanations, or of course, like, oh, he must have just wanted to believe it. But if you take the context of the whole worldview, it can just be a very, very profound thing. And that's often the smarter thing to do, is to not to go, well, you know, doesn't make sense, or that's not rational enough. Be like, why? What is it about your worldview and what you've seen in life and reality or whatever that makes that compelling enough to change your entire life? Because that's the other thing, is like, you know, again, an empirical fact is that millions of reverts have felt compelled, you know, by the combination of their reason and their hearts, you know, to make such a radical change to their outlook and things. And in my case, you know, I was one of those who was fighting it. I absolutely did not want it. A lot of people are looking for God. I very often hear the revert stories where people are, well, I was looking for such and such, and I started looking at this religion and that religion, and then, you know, and then finally Islam made sense or whatever. But I was just like actively the opposite, I was like, they're all the source of all the problems in the world. I not only do I not want one, but I'm going to stop anyone else who will listen to me. And I hated the very idea. And I was just ended up sort of, arm locked by the hatred of hypocrisy. And this was the key thing is as long as I fought, it became more and more apparent that hypocrisies that were hidden to me were actually there, and my non-belief was actually contingent on that hypocrisy. That was very interesting, yet bitter pill to swallow.
It's one thing that you said earlier, which I wanted to circle back to. When we're talking about a necessary existence, can a necessary existence be falsifiable? Does that notion even contain the possibility of falsification?
Not in the Popperian sense of falsifiable, because you can lay down a logical proof for it, as we often do, and those proofs can themselves be assessed to see if they contain errors or faults.
Mm-hmm.
But in the testable sense, so for the Popper view, when something's testable, it means there's already a very solid, worked out mathematical framework where everyone already agrees on those mathematical axioms.
Mm-hmm.
And that in itself is a massive stumbling block for any maths that was made post about 1910, and anything after Hilbert, basically, or the Hilbert school, because the Hilbert school already included a bunch of axioms that are questionable in various ways, and they're useful because they work, but sometimes they cause problems. But anyway, even if you grant things like the axiom of choice and don't worry about the Banach-Tarski paradox it leads to or whatever, then you still say, well, okay, so that's the maths, and then so it's well grounded enough, and then I can go test it, and then it's also got to be falsifiable after that. So you have to go through those steps, right? And it's that testable bit you're already kind of stuck, because how can you physically test if something is necessary, because everything you're using is contingent?
Yes, exactly.
So you're already screwed for testable, let alone falsifiable. If you then want to step to falsifiable, I mean, it's not legitimate to make that step until it's testable anyway. But then if you're sitting in this realm of falsifiable, well, no, you can't falsify a necessary truth. And this is one of the other things which makes like the normal scientific method applied to God doesn't make sense. Not just because he's in a separate world or whatever. It's like, no, think about it. This process of applying this Popperian standard doesn't make sense given the theory you're trying to evaluate. You have to look at the theory you're trying to evaluate and then pick appropriate tests for that.
So it's a category error that they're committing, essentially.
Sort of, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, the other thing is, if it's a necessary truth, then it's necessarily true.
It is
right. and so any conclusion that it's false or not true is itself then puts you in. If the necessary truth is actually true, then any view such that it's not true is already in the trap of ex falso quod libet sequitur, from falsehood anything follows. And therefore, you could be running yourself round in rings, not noticing that you're stuck in a contradictory plane, basically, or reasoning from absurdity. But while you're stuck in that, every step looks logical, and so you're convinced you're being logical. And yet, if you could elevate outside of that view, you would see that it couldn't be anything other than this is necessarily true. Therefore, the whatever led you to think it's false is the problems in you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting, this thing about the necessary truth, the necessary asamad, the best way to put it, the independent and the self-sufficient one. If you look at the arguments as put forward, by, or at least as Imam al-Ghazali looks at them, you end up basically having an argument which arrives at, you know, one of the names of Allah, you know. And if you're doing a dependency argument, you're arriving at the independent one. Like in Arabic at the time, in their, you know, in the scholastic Arabic, that was equivalent to naming Allah by one of his names. And so at that point, it becomes a ridiculously strong argument, right? But if you translate that over to English, it's like, okay, so you've got a necessary self-sufficient thing, and what? You know, why do you then jump to God, right? And it's like, well, because
that's the name of God.
Right. And this is the thing. And so then an analytic philosopher who grew up in the West and thinks of these concepts as naturally separate might just say, oh, well, we're smarter because we don't automatically jump to that conclusion. But is it smarter, or is it just really convoluted?
Is there anything else that you would even consider close to as a necessary existence or a necessary truth?
Well, I mean, or
what did you used to consider as a necessary existence before?
I didn't really. If we ever got into these sorts of things, I would just fall back on, like most people do, which is like, it's the laws, the initial state of the universe, or maybe it's multiverses. But even if you say, okay, what's the initial thing for those? It would be, well, you know, the sum of the whole thing, you know, contains itself, and so yeah, you can call the whole system a non-contingent thing if you want to, fine, but that effectively made it pantheist, right? Yeah. And so that was actually one of my steps to realizing that I couldn't genuinely avoid atheism. Like, I couldn't genuinely be an atheist. So every time I thought, you know, yes, my position is atheist, it points out that it is actually a kind of theism. And this comes back again to the same point I was making about the choice of words of self-sufficient and what that means, or what it automatically connects to. You know, the thing about you know, what makes a deity, or what makes a theist, if you understand the Semitic version of that, be it in, you know, in Hebrew, Aramaic, or in Arabic, it's very clear that it's very obvious that a human can't help but to worship somehow, and therefore a human can't help but to have gods. And it's only in a language like the Indo-European ones, particularly in the English language, that it seems self-evident that atheist is a perfectly viable, reasonable position.
Yeah,
which is fascinating.
One very interesting thing that I wanted to explore with you a bit, and I know we can stop anytime we want, but these are some really interesting thoughts, and I just want to make sure we get an opportunity to bring it forward for our audiences as well. The idea of this system, which includes the multiverses or whatever else might be there, as the necessary existence, right? For me, one of the main reasons why I would never accept that as a plausible solution or an explanation is because of the very fact that we keep changing. The system in of itself changes from one state to the other. That precludes for me the idea that the necessary existence could be this closed system.
Sort of, yeah. It's interesting because some people would say, or be able to say, that the necessary thing has necessary causes. There is no free will whatsoever, and included in that is dynamics. And so the appearance of contingency is the illusion. So that would be the way to sort of resolve it. And you know, but to be honest, when I was thinking about these things, I didn't have quite the level of you know, sophistication regarding modal logic and how it really works to sort of, you know, pass that one out properly. But yeah, that's certainly the way I'd see it, or the way I see people like Oppie tackle that kind of question. Or really, I don't see another way that a naturalist is going to legitimately target that question other than to ultimately say that in some sense free will is an illusion. Otherwise, again, this is the thing, what they can do is make a modal logic error, and from falsehood in absurdity continue all sorts of reasoning. That's the normal track that I see. But if they don't make the logical error, then they're going to have to come to some kind of conclusion where free will is not free will, sorry, where you know, contingency itself is an illusion,
everything
but
is
it's a
deterministic.
but it's a functional illusion that we can work with and we can still live our lives with, because what is self is defined as a bunch of this stuff that's moving anywhere and blah, blah, blah. But it's interesting that the modal objection to the ontological argument is actually an excellent argument for why the independent entity has to have agency. Because this whole thing about, you know, contingent to contingent thing, you know, has to have a necessary termination. Well, if you just do that in the naive way, then that necessary, like we just discussed, goes all the way back down the chain, and so all these possibles essentially become necessaries. And then you've actually, it's worse than that, because you've contradicted yourself, because the supposition was that they're a chain of contingencies. So the resolution to this is that this necessary entity is entirely distinct from, fundamentally distinct from, the created thing, and that's not using it as a loaded word, just using, or the system of contingent things, and made it by choice, and that is what makes it the first contingency, or the system, you know, first initial system of contingencies that's needed. And so actually resolving those two is I think only legitimately resolved by attributing agency to the necessary entity. Now, I know there are other ways people try and wiggle out of that, but I don't think they have. I don't think the wiggle room is as legitimate as they'd like to think.
Those solutions are they fall when you start analyzing them, right? Whenever you,
they do, but the thing is, at this point, you have to talk to someone who can write down their modal logic in, you know, from first principles, and not that they've necessarily do it, you know, so fluently they could jump to a whiteboard at any point, but they have to have at least gone through this kind of stuff once in their lives, so they can really follow the where the argument's going. Because with most people, they do it in a kind of intuitive sense, and then, you know, get stuck somewhere, and they're like, well, I don't see why it has to this or that. And that's when the whole point of the sort of solid logical argument falls apart. You know?
Yeah. All right. This was interesting. I think we had a long discussion with one individual, but that was an interesting conversation, at least for me.
I hope the viewers found it interesting. I would like feedback from viewers, inshallah, because the alternative was to do a lot more of the presentation. I didn't realize how long we'd spoken for, but if the viewers found it interesting, then that's good. I guess we'll check the figures.
Subscribe and comment, and add your comments about how you think this discussion went. We did dive deep into one particular individual, and that's essentially what the goal is, that we get into these conversations to explore how atheists essentially think, and basically be able to determine, okay, why does it not make sense for us?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I you know, it made sense to me before, and why it deconstructed. Remember, the deconstruction is specifically something to do with my deconstruction journey, which is a very long journey, taking apart, you know, atheism as it was, and you know, rebuilding my brain so that it works in a better way. But I think my beliefs when I was atheist were you know, were pretty good canonical example, and they match up very well with atheists, with Naturalist, which is why he's a pretty good canonical example for, you know, a lot of better than average naturalists that you'll see out there in terms of their thinking about their, you know, what their axioms are and how they put this stuff together.
Yeah. So It does not
But I do think we
appear
should do more
for the-
deconstruction. I need to make more progress on that presentation, inshallah, next time.
Yeah, we need to. And what we'll do is let's time our presentation to make sure that we're discussing that. Tomorrow when we are doing the presentation, we'll allow some of the Muslim brothers to come up as well. And let's have some points clarified, because these are interesting discussions to have, and then we can
I think it makes a lot of sense
you lose me?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, we prioritize the non-Muslims, but or prioritize the atheists. But I think it makes a lot of sense on this stream to have Muslims come up and ask questions to clarify things about. For example, many of them have had debates or arguments or been posed challenges or something, by atheists, and they want to know, almost like an insider view, So how did you think? Because it's at least they can trust that I'm being honest, which, however honest an atheist person might want to be and feel they are, you can never know for sure that they are being honest with themselves, because that's part of the whole deal. So that's worth.
I do have this individual in the back chat. if you want to, I'm not sure if you're able to read this, but this.
Yeah, I know, but we why would we end on that? We had a quality
Exactly.
discussion with Naturalist, and that's the kind of caliber and approach that I expect and I'm willing to give plenty of time to.
All right. So you heard that, Brenda. Take care. And for everyone else, thank you for sticking with us. And please like, share, subscribe, and comment on our streams. It's important that you do that, because we need those comments. We need those likes to make sure that YouTube keeps us relevant. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. That's what we want you to do, to make sure that this message goes out to everyone. And then hopefully this would help someone else that might be there. All right. Okay. And with this, I will just remind everybody to keep our brothers and sisters in your prayers. I've seen some of the information, messages, videos, photos that are coming out of certain places in the world right now, and it's tragic. It's just getting worse and worse. We don't have the luxury to forget about this. We don't have the luxury to forget about our brothers. So please remember them in your prayers. Remember what happened, and do not forget. Right? I repeat, do not forget. All right. All right, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair.